So, good morning, everyone. Yeah, as part of BA team, let me thank you for participation in this webinar and welcome. We have a great team with us, Stefan, Michael, Matthias, and they will guide you through this really interesting topic. And let's meet our future, I don't know, colleagues. Maybe helpers, or sometimes some people can say replacements, but I don't think so.
Assistance, yeah.
Let's keep it as assistants. Yeah, it's yeah.
Okay, good, super. Thank you so much for hosting us, Alexander, and also thanks to Stefan and to AIxRE for to be the collaboration partner and to support us here. And we have Stefan also here on stage. Yeah, welcome everyone. You have been promoted to host, I guess, whoever has at least accepted it. So you are also fine to enable the cameras. It would be great if you can. We understand if you're in an environment where you don't feel comfortable, that's okay too. We would just like to encourage you, so at least we see whether you're here or not. This is supposed to be an interactive session, and then also we can adjust to your own needs. For example, if we see that you become more sleepy, then we lower our voice so we don't wake you up, etc. Right, so jokes aside, we are very excited to have you here today for our workshop, AI for requirements engineering, modern use cases or practical use cases in AI, in RE with AI. And our challenge is today that we all gonna go from idea to a working prototype within 4 hours or less. So I'm really excited for that. Good. Yeah, just maybe a little bit on the history on this. So AI, well, is publicly known or more in the wider scope since a little bit more than 2 years. We've been following AI since a long, long time, also before that. But since the ChatGPT moment, end of 2022, obviously there was a lot of focus on it. And we've been playing around in our own field. First, we're playing around with AI in general. Then we played around with AI in our field, which is software development and requirements engineering. And 1 year ago, we've been on a couple of conferences, hosting presentations, talks about possible use cases. And out of that, and talking to a lot of people, and with all the experience, we collected a huge set and collection of different use cases, how you can use AI in the field of requirements engineering. And we built a course out of that. And today you'll get the gist out of this course to get really as fast as possible from an idea to a prototype. Today, this is what we're going to show you, which we'll be doing with you together. So I'll start sharing my screen. I just realized that I haven't yet. Exactly. This is, as I said, I invite you to have an interactive session. So whenever you have a question, or you disagree, or you have some feedback or anything, everything is welcome. Feel free to jump in, to speak up and let us know so we can answer your question or have a little bit of a conversation. Good. Just very briefly about me, my background. My name is Michael May. I have studied computer science a couple of years ago. My background is software development. I've been in the corporate field for about 15 years at places like UBS here in Switzerland, then Ernst & Young in the area of fraud investigation, and then for 10 years at Stocks, the index provider, which was a joint venture between the German and the Swiss stock exchange. So I've got a lot of experience in corporate world and in finance. And after 15 years, I felt like I want to do something else. I want to just, see something new. And I always had this curiosity about, and what are we doing that for exactly? How do the users actually use it? What's their main pain points? And out of this curiosity came also, the passion for understanding the problem. It's great if you have good clients that can tell you what they want, but that's not necessarily what they need. And yeah, so it was actually a short step to also, because I love to work with people as well, to do some trainings, to do some education, but also coaching and consulting around requirements engineering with tech background. Yes, that's pretty much what we do. I'm very happy and honored also to be part of the AIxRE Special Interest Group for AI, which is exactly following the topic of AI and all the development throughout the industry and in the field of requirements engineering. Yeah, I think that's pretty much about me. Sorry if I took a bit longer. I'm going to hand over to Matthias first. Matthias is a colleague of mine and a very good friend since more than 20 years. We know each other since university. In between, before we decided to do trainings and the entire venture here, we've actually been in an accelerator or in a startup incubator and pitched for our crypto startup a couple of years ago on the Google stage. There was a different story. We learned a lot. And yes, we're here. And I'll hand over to Matthias.
Thanks. Good morning, everybody. My name is Matthias. And yeah, I've tried to make it a little bit shorter. I studied computer science as well. Then I went to research with Fraunhofer. And then I entered the corporate world as well. Pretty much like Michael. And after I've left the corporate world 2018, I started my own business, started up some startups and make my experience in this area as well. And the learnings from both worlds, corporate and startup worlds, so requirements are a really important topic. So I started to work with Michael and we started to do these requirements engineering trainings, AIxRE trainings, and I was a developer all the time next to my jobs in the corporate world as well, and so now I really do a lot of AI software developing as well. So we train software developers at the moment in some companies in Switzerland, and yes, and I'm part of KI Impact in Switzerland as well. So there we try to establish AI rules and guidance for the whole AI topic. And for sure, I'm really passionate about AI and use it a lot in my daily work. And I'm happy to show you a lot of tools today and hand over to Stefan. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Matthias. Welcome, everyone. Thank you being here. I'm Stefan Sturm. I'm COO of AIxRE, the International Requirements Engineering Board. And as Michael and Matthias already stated, we are, of course, addressing the AI topic within the RE world. Everyone is playing around with it, and AIxRE wants to give guidance. We are working on this guidance in the special interest group. We have several subgroups there. Just want to encourage you, if you are interested in this topic, don't hesitate to go to the AIxRE website, check out the special interest group and join us there. Everyone is welcome. You don't need to work much. You can simply participate and follow the discussions and what is going on there. I will not play a major role in this webinar. I'm just here as we are the cooperation partner, just to show my nice shirt as well as the obvious work guys do. So I can come closer now. You will not see the logo anymore. And I will switch off video as well. So I will not play a major role. As I mentioned, I will be there in the very end. I will be there all the time because I'm very much interested was what Michael and Matthias will present here. And you will hear from me later. Thank you.
Super. Thanks a lot, Stefan. All right. So we're going to go a bit further, a little bit of admin work up front so we can get that all out of the way as well.
Excuse me?
Yes?
Just wanted to ask where all of you three come from. I guess Michael and your colleague, you are from Switzerland, or?
Actually, I think we're all from Germany.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks for your
You
question.
work for a Swiss company.
Say it again, sorry?
You work for a Swiss company. There was
Yes.
a CH
Yeah.
in the...
Yes, exactly. So, I mean, for me, the journey pretty much after university started here in Zurich, where I also live, and I'm based in Switzerland since 18 years now. But I mean, nowadays in the online world, we do a lot remote as well. There's a lot of work on trainings that we do in Switzerland, but we also do the same across different countries and international.
Okay, thank
So
you.
I'm based in Germany, but IREP is an international organization. We are pretty much virtual, so our members are spread all over the globe. Of course, we have a strong stand in Austria, Germany, Switzerland, but we have members all over the globe by now. So, and our local communities, this is our the motto above me. The local communities we have in many countries now, and they are becoming more and more. So if anyone is interested in IREP, just come back to us. We are very happy for everyone who is a bit younger than 60 to collaborate with us, because as every association, we need younger people. So and people who are motivated to support the community. So happy to talk to everyone who is interested.
Thank you.
Super. Thanks. Thanks, Jürgen. Great for stepping in. Anyone really feel encouraged whenever you have a question, jump in. Good. Let's get the admin stuff done quickly. So our workshop today will be done until, or will end at 1 o'clock today. So pretty much 4 now, 3 and more, a little bit more than 3.5 hours from now. We're gonna do some breaks in between. I think we plan for 2 small coffee and bio breaks, but we have a lot of ground to cover, so we want to make sure that you can take as much as possible from it. That's our standard slide that we usually use with, I don't know where to, I don't need to explain to you where your washrooms are. I think you know best. There's only one more thing to add about the material. We are going to collect all of the things that you, the artifacts and things that you create on a collaboration board, on a Miro board, as you see this one here. This one is only for presentation. This is where you get all the theory inputs, but we've prepped for you also an exercise board that we will share with you later. Well, actually, I can already drop the link into chat. You'll also possibly see under resources, there's an option for resources in Zoom where you should also see this, this link pinned. It doesn't require an account. It doesn't require a password. You can simply jump in. I think it'll ask you for your name. And you can already try seeing it. Other than that, you can leave it for now. We will come back to it in a minute. Just so you don't get confused, we might be switching from one board to the other. One is the theory and material board, and the other one is the exercise board. You have access to the exercise board, but don't worry. Everything that we're going to show you, including also like the structure, including prompts, everything we have prepared for you. So after the workshop, we will share that with you as in PDF format, so you can take it, you know, to your own team. You can redo the workshop again. You can share it. So don't worry, you'll get everything as said. Good. I think that one we can skip. So what's the agenda today? That's probably a very important thing. So this is the that's the plan that we have for you today. We said we want to go from an idea to a prototype. So we're going to start with building a product vision for the idea that you have. So maybe if you have already something in mind that you would like to elaborate and build, like a scenario, then feel free to use your own. And we will create a product vision for your idea. Then we will create some personas. We will create user stories, like requirements, including acceptance criteria for your individual personas. We will also show you how to encapsulate a lot of the logic and the support into your own assistant so that you don't have to start from scratch all the time. We will look into prioritizing your requirements. We will also have a little exercise about story mapping, everything AI supported. So it's going to be a collaboration between you and the AI. And in the end, we will create a mockup or prototype. I think that's depending on your own choice. Very important is that we try to aim to finish at around 12:30-ish. So we have a couple of minutes for a few brave volunteers who would like to demonstrate what they have created and walk us through. And then also to have a little bit of a retro session on, you know, what's your takeaways, what's your learnings, and a little bit of feedback. Right. These are the goals. Actually, the most important goal of our workshop is to do extreme rapid prototyping, as we call it, go from an idea to a prototype within less than 4 hours. These are usually the goals that we do in our full-blown trainings. But as I think Alexander also mentioned it before already, it's not that the AI will replace us. I think especially the human interaction will become more and more important. Yeah, so even same as with the agile processes or agile principles, human interaction is more important than processes and tools. So I think that's one of the important learnings here. Right, and we brought our little alpaca with us. It's cute. And I just wanted to mention quickly a little disclaimer. Whatever we tell you today is the best of our knowledge, but as you might already be aware, the agile technology and tools, the things change very, very fast. So whatever we tell you today might not 100% correct tomorrow. And whatever we show you in live cases, sometimes, usually it works, but sometimes it can happen that it doesn't work. But that's also the nature of the topic, the nature of AI. So that you know this. Some more things that I don't forget. We have got a lot of prompts prepared for you. So the way how we're going to do that, in every topic, we give you a little bit of background knowledge to refresh. I mean, we assume you're anyway experts in your field, but we will give you a little bit of refresh. And then we will also show you with some prompts. We have prepared prompts that will help you get the results. However, they are just for inspiration. Of course, you can copy and paste in them and you get some result. But the idea is that you also continue the discussion with the LLM, with your chatbot, with, say, ChatGPT, for example. If you're not happy, and the way we phrased some of the prompts is also that it will ask you follow-up questions, because this will make the entire thing a lot more richer. So our prompts, good and handy, but only as a starting point. And we would also like to encourage you to collect and store the artifacts that you've generated on the Miro board. And I'm going to tell you about this just in a second, right now. So I've shared the link to the other board with you. I'll jump over to this board now. So please also please join if you can. It would be great. We have got already a lot of people here. That's fantastic. Good. So I'll bring everyone to me. I'll move you around. What have we done here? This is the board for the exercises. This is where we would encourage you to put all the results. And so you can, also demonstrate what you have. So first of all, before we start looking into the details, as I said, the goal is to come from an idea to a prototype. Now, you might have an idea in your mind already, or you come up with an idea right now. That's fantastic. Please use that for a project, for an app, for whatever you have in mind, maybe something, a passion project that you always wanted to do. If not, we have prepared 4 case studies for you so that you don't go blank or take too much time to come up with an idea. So I'll just show you and walk you through the 4 case studies quickly so we have an idea. There's not so much about it, but we give you a little bit of context where you can then elaborate with the help of AI. The first case study is a fintech startup. So your goal would be to develop a mobile payment app for I see a poll here popping up. I don't know. Okay. For a young audience, young professionals who want to easily integrate the app into their financial ecosystem. Case number 2 is an e-commerce store. We have an established e-commerce store already in your local country, and we want to scale up to global growth. So your plan is, or your goal is to scale up, and think about considerations and aspects like multilingual support of different currencies, different tax rates, local payment methods, compliance, local regulations, etc. Case study number 3 is around healthcare, digitalization of the patient records. I think that is something which is also very actual these days, where we, or like Matthias, has also got quite a lot of experience around it. So we have a hospital network that wants to digitalize their paper-based patient records to increase efficiency, reduce errors, and improve patient care. Obviously, very important here is the data protection regulations and ensure that, you know, we have a high user acceptance rate among the medical staff. And the last case study is an online platform to prevent food waste. So we have, I'm not sure if you are aware of that. What I personally like a lot is this app, Too Good To Go. It's available in some countries where you can, you know, they help you avoid food waste by, for example, restaurants or supermarkets giving you, you know, whatever they have left before they throw it away at the end of the day, they give it to you for a discount, and you can also save some food. So we have a young social impact startup that wants to develop an online platform to reduce food waste. The platform will allow users to offer and collect surplus food before it spoils, and the goal is to create a community actively committed to reducing food waste. These are our 4 case studies, but as I said, you're also more than welcome to have your own, choose your own. Have you got any questions until here? Okay, that sounds good. Otherwise, anytime, welcome. We have a little questions area here as well. Like we will go through and ask you questions or ask if you have questions, say, but if you feel that it's not suitable right now, or it's in a break, or whenever you have some additional questions, we have prepared a sticky stack here. You can put one of those post-its, and here is my question. You can drop a question and we can come back from time to time to kind of see if there's anything that you want to get answered. So now with your own frames here, as you can see, we have prepared quite a lot of frames. All have the same content, except for one little thing in the top left corner. This is a name. So as you can see, for every participant, we prepared one of these areas. So feel free to go to yours already, because this is the area where you can drop all your artifacts and everything, and you have the documentation for yourself. And there's a couple of things that we would like to ask you. So we understand, and as an experience from our trainings, it's not that everyone has got a paid subscription in a chatbot, in an AI tool like ChatGPT. That's why we have one special account that is specifically for trainings and for workshops. And we're happy to share that with you for the course of this workshop today. You can all use our accounts. We have tested it. It works well if 15 people log in at the same time. We will get notified. So if you have your own account, or if you rather use Claude or Gemini or anything else, and you have a paid subscription, it's totally fine. So you don't have to use ChatGPT, but if you want, if you feel, then more than happy to use our own account. You would jump here, use the URL, then you can log in with the email address here. And the password you can also copy paste here. Ensure that you don't forget the dash at the end, because if you just double click, it will not come with you. So just have that in mind. And this is also on each and everyone's own frame, because there's a little drawback on Miro that we found also. If someone is with its cursor still in the text field, no one else can copy something. I have just received the first code. I will drop that onto here, so on my screen, so that you can see it all. So if you log in and you're being asked for a code, this is the code that you can use right now, 229268. And it should work for a couple of those, for a couple of you. There can also be the case that you cannot, you're not even asked for a code. That's fine too. And as soon as we get a new email, then I will share that as well. Good. It's still the same code. I get a couple of emails. That's perfect. One more thing, or the next thing is, please, log in, make yourself familiar. And as we are using a shared account, we don't want to get confused everyone. So please open a new chat window in ChatGPT. I assume you all know how to do this, and name it straight away. I can quickly show that and demonstrate that here. I'm in a different account, so don't worry. if I create a new chat, maybe I can, as soon as I start, I can then take my chat and rename it. Please rename it with your name or with your initials, so you know exactly when to come back into what chat, because we'll have up to 15 chats all being fed at the same time, and we want to make sure that you find your own. All right. Then we go back to the exercises one more time. So I would just leave you 1 or 2 minutes that everyone can log in, whoever hasn't done that yet. And once you have your chat window, maybe you can generate a little introduction about yourself with the help of AI once again. Now, we also provided you with some support how you can do this. And this is the next resource I want to talk about. You have here a little image. It says AIxRE prompts for workshop. This is a bookmark. Whoever has not worked with Miro before, you can select it, and then you will see 3 little icons on the top. And can you all see my screen well? Yeah, okay.
Yes.
You can. Good. Then you can go here and select source, and it will open up a new window with all of your prompts. So what we have prepared here for you is just a little information about the account. You'll find the account details for our ChatGPT account here as well. The case studies, as I introduced, so you don't have to type in the text. You can also just access them here and copy that. You will need, if you use one of those, you will need this little description to get started. What do we have else? We have all the prompts here. We have, just so you know, we have a set of prompts for each of the steps that we're going through. And there's a red one. Don't touch this right now, because the prompts, how we designed it for the workshop, is they are based on top of each other. So you'll stay in the same chat window with ChatGPT that you opened. That's why it's important that you put your name onto it. And then you can follow up and use the next prompt. So, you don't need to copy paste all your artifacts once again. And you can see here, there's a little one which says generate introduction story. This is the prompt for you. Write a 50-word short story that introduces me to a group. My name is, and then you put your name, your age, if you want to, and a function or role. And the story is meant for, well, a workshop on a BA Day 2025, for example. Please describe me using the following adjectives. You can put 5 to 7 adjectives: curious, creative, analytical, humorous, ambitious, whatever you feel like. And you can also choose a tone, and then you can see what it comes back with, and you can drop it onto the Miro board. So we have a little bit of an introduction. If you feel like you want to take a picture, that would also be fantastic. Little life hack, in case you don't want to go and search for a portrait photo, you can just enable the camera and take a little screenshot and drop it there, and you are already sorted to go. I'll just quickly check. Does anyone have a question right now?
Yes, me.
Yeah.
If you could just stop scrolling and stay at one place at the board. I have created, thanks, 2 tiny polls, because I wanted to ask you who already has a lot or some experience with requirements engineering, and the second poll is who of you has played around already with AI. And maybe you can scroll to the polls above this area here, yes, and bring everybody to this. So I've done a short poll in the Zoom already, so sorry for that, because I could only send it to 3 of you, not to all the group. So I decided to make the poll again on the Miro board. And if you just could make 2 little choices here, would be helpful for our session today. Thanks.
Okay, and how are people? Are you putting?
You just select and it's already ended. Okay.
I can't, but we can use.
That's why we use the same Miro account. So you have already voted, but everybody else should be able to vote here.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Sorry, I might have a silly question. Was
Yes.
wondering if you or anyone else can showcase a bit how to rename the chat
The chat.
in
Yes.
ChatGPT.
Yes.
I don't seem to find.
Sure. So you should be able to see my screen.
Yeah.
Here, there's many chats. It's
Yeah.
a different account. Yeah, don't worry, you'll not see the same. This is our trainer account, and we have one for participants. So, for example, this one, there's a chat here. Usually, it generates a name by itself based on the content. For example, there's one business news scripts. And if I click on rename on the 3 dots and then on rename, I could, for example, put Michael, or I put MM.
Yeah, I don't seem to see. I just see previous 7 days, previous 30 days.
You first have to start the conversation. Yeah.
Okay.
First have to start the conversation
I
by,
see.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Good. Super. Thanks for your question.
Thank you.
Thanks. There is no silly question at all. Everything's valid and it's
Thank you.
totally fine. And I want to make sure that everyone's getting on the same board. You are the brave one who asked the question. There might be someone else in the group who didn't dare to ask. Yeah. So thanks for that. Really good.
Yes, here.
Okay. Good. Any other question? Any other problem? Are you guys sorted? Sorry for the scrolling. I just want to make sure.
Yes.
I'm a bit overwhelmed to do everything today with ChatGPT in English.
Yeah.
Regularly,
switch
I
to
do it in
any,
German, and
language you
it's
like.
okay for ChatGPT. Is there a way to do it in German and at the end translate it to English?
Yes,
The
of
results,
course. You can, with any of the prompts that you have, there in English, you might want to open a second window and just say translate it to English. You could also, if you know DeepL, I'll just add that onto the board quickly. You can drop, because we wanted to make sure that to cover everyone. So generally our training material in the AI area, because we have to update it quite frequently, we only do it in English. And we
That's
said
absolutely okay.
anything you
Just
can't.
wanted to say, if we do a lot, it's a bit of a challenge.
Yeah. No, so I dropped a link here. DeepL is a really good tool that just does text translation. I mean, you could do it in a separate window in ChatGPT also. It doesn't really matter. And what you it's pretty much language agnostic in the sense whether you use German or English. You could also just copy paste the prompts that we have in English, and then you continue the conversation in German. It's not a problem. And you just tell it, hey, please, from now on, even if I drop you something in English, you answer in German. Okay?
Thank you.
Good. Cool. So I'll put the link to DeepL anyway here to the top left of the
There are
button.
still some polls missing. So nobody knows what you are selecting, so don't.
Yeah, one is mine. I'm going to take care of it. I'm with the first prompt right now.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Does anyone have a question about Miro, about the tool that we use in the collaboration board? Shall I give a quick 2-minute intro on this? Possibly I'll do anyway, just in case. I can see, I'll do it in a second. I can see there's a new code which came through now. The code has changed. So whoever is trying to log in, please use the new code 694465. So what can we see on Miro? Miro seems like a website. It's a collaboration board where you can collaborate together with a lot of people. Online, offline, doesn't matter. And whenever you change something, this changes for everyone else as well. So if you delete something, then it's gone for the others as well. But don't worry, you can't break anything. There's a history. We can always retrieve things back. Now, depending on whether you have an account or whether you just jumped onto the board with a name, or what sort of account you have, your tool set on the left-hand side might look a bit different, or like a little bit less detailed as mine. You have less options, but for what we are trying to do here in this workshop, it should be more than sufficient. You'll have, for example, here text. I can do a new text field. I can type in text. I can copy paste text. And then I can choose my font. I can put the size. I can also change the color if I like. And obviously I can also just drag it. I can turn it around. So any of that is possible. If I want to take a picture or put a picture here, I can just paste it with Control V to paste it on the board, or I can also right click and click on paste. I think it should be here. So I don't have anything in my clipboard right now. You can put sticky notes, like these little post-its here in different colors. Put a color and then you start typing. You can also change the font, change the size. You have the possibility to add other shapes here. I think that's pretty much it. You can use your mouse wheel to zoom in and zoom out, or the pinch gesture on your touch device. As you can see, you get an overview from all the different areas that we see on the board. Yeah. So one thing also, if you don't object, if I don't hear any objection until the end of the workshop, what we'll do as well, we will create an export of this exercises board as a PDF as well. And we also shared it with all of you. So you'll have your results and all the other results for inspiration. And I hope we have a lively, nice exchange on this. Excuse me for the tone in the background, but that just is telling me there's a new login code coming in. I've just updated that. It's 033648. Good. All right. And I hope you can also jump on the Notion page. So I think everyone's settled. Or do we need more time?
So we have 7 custom chats in our ChatGPT now. So I guess or hope the rest of you have your own pro account for ChatGPT. If not, please really use our ChatGPT account, because it might be that we reach the limit of the free version of ChatGPT today with our exercises.
Yeah, we came across that issue before. Thanks, Matthias. That after 1 or 2 hours, people said, "Oh, ChatGPT doesn't work anymore. It doesn't want to answer." So this is to avoid it. All right. Okay, good. Then I think we'll start with some inputs. Good. So the first, you have chosen your case study now, or you have your own idea. Now, the first topic we want to work with you is the product vision. The product vision, for anyone who doesn't or know that or isn't aware yet, it is derived from the Agile movement, or from the Agile approach. It's the idea to align everyone on a common idea about the product or system that we are building. It defines clear goals, high-level goals. It's not too detailed, but it gives like a North Star, a direction where everyone's moving to. So to have a clear understanding. And sometimes it's really interesting, even in projects that exist since quite a while, you can do a workshop on a product vision with people, and you realize that people actually have completely different goals in mind. And this is a problem. So you want to make sure that you align on the same goals. This helps the team to move into the right direction. And now, as we said, AI is supposed to be an assistant in your team as well. It helps also the AI to align to what you want. So this is the basis. This is the starting point for our project. So if we look at, there's product vision statements. That's short and simple, but quite bold statements. And then there's more to it. If we look at product vision statements, I brought a couple of very famous ones. Maybe you might be aware of one or the other. For example, Bill Gates said he envisions a computer on every desk and in every home. Now, this doesn't sound very exciting, to be honest. Nowadays, we have at least one computer in all of our pockets when we're on the way. But mind you, this was 1975 when no one really, or only few people thought about, okay, this is possible or this is even required. Similarly, we have Jimmy Wales from Wikipedia who said, imagine a world in which every single person is given free access to the sum of all human knowledge. So that's what I mean. Very bold statements, but it's a clear direction where we want to head to. We have one from Elon Musk. It's debatable if you like him or if you don't like him, but he's a visionary. One of the visions that he put into SpaceX, into his space company, is we're going to land people on Mars by 2025. Now, if I'm not mistaken, that's this year. It's not gone yet. Sometimes we might not hit this mission at that exact time, but it's already clear where we want to head to. Now, there's different tools that you can use to kind of elaborate on this statement and, give it a little bit more detail, more flesh. What we often do is the product vision board from Roman Pichler. It's like a simple board. There's this basic version, and then there's an advanced version which has more different categories. We want to focus on only those for now. And it's 5 different areas. What we can see here is the vision. That's the vision statement that I just mentioned, like going to Mars on 2025. And then we think about the target group. So what are our market segments? What's our type of users, or who are the largest customers? And this is not intended to be a list of 20 or 30 points. It's more like the 3 to 5 major target groups that we are clear on those. Then the second is we think about their needs. What is their main needs for those target groups? And again, this is not a list of 20 to 30 needs. It's more very precise, 3 to 5 concise list, 3 to 5 needs. Then in the next step, we consider our product. What is the product actually that we're trying to build here? What are the main features for this product? Again, 3 to 5 is good, not too much, but really just the bold biggest steps. And then obviously in most cases, we also somehow have to pay our bills. We want to make some money out of it. So what are the business goals with this product that we're trying to achieve? We put a link here. You'll get this in your documentation later on, the description on the product vision board and how this is done. So as I said, it's a great exercise for a team also to do, for example, on a Miro board and to align on what it actually is that we're trying to build. And we want to use AI now to create such a vision board. So what we have here always is whenever you see a slide like this with a yellow background, this is a prompt. This is a prompt that you can copy paste one-to-one into your ChatGPT or any other AI. And then it will ask you questions for these areas. So we start by putting it a role, assigning it a role. As an expert for RE and business analysis, you're also very familiar with Roman Pichler's product vision board, just to make sure that it knows exactly what we're talking about. I need you to help me to create a product vision board for a new app. Take a deep breath and let's proceed step by step. This is like to get enable the chain of thought process. That, it takes a little bit more time and does a little bit more reasoning in between. If you use a new AI model like O1 or 3 or 4, then you won't need that, but it's still helpful if you use it here. Now, we tell the AI, ask me questions for each section of the product vision board, which consists of vision, target group, needs, product, and business goals. Then take the short description as a starting point, suggest meaningful inputs when asking me the questions. So I can copy this prompt, and here's a short description of my app. And here would be your 2 or 3 sentences about the product idea that you have in mind. If you chose one of our case studies, you can take that one, of course, and you can paste it in here. Now, for you that you don't have to, do that manually. We have here in the prompts, if we go on this prompts page again, we have for the product vision, we have exactly this product vision board. This is the prompt that I've just copied, right? And this is the one example for the food waste app, for the app to reduce food waste, which we use quite often for demonstration. And then you can chuck that into an AI and it will ask you questions.
Michael, may I ask a question, please?
Yes, yes, of course.
You mentioned this this part with take a deep breath and take it step by step.
Yeah.
What is the keyword? Is take a deep breath important, or is it just to be polite? Or I would expect that the key is take it step by step, but it's really a question I don't know.
Yeah, no, very good question. The step by step is indeed the more relevant trigger. There have been some articles in the internet about, you know, people saying, hey, if you use the human kind of take a deep breath, this also helps increase the results. Now, with benchmarking and quality checking of AIs, it's not that easy and straightforward, especially because the models get updated in the background and they might behave one differently than the other. But this in general, it's a good spot. It triggers the AI to really think step by step and consider.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, in more detail. And if you log in, you can see here, this is also a ChatGPT Plus account, the paid account, as you have got access to. You can choose the model. If we stay on the standard model, which is this 4.0, it makes sense to have this step by step. If we were to use a more reasoning models, these models like 03 and 04, they have a different setup. They anyway think in step by step. There it would not be required, really. So I can I can paste now my text here and I'll let it run. And it will tell you vision. So first area, why it was the vision. It asks me, why does a product exist? So what's the ideal future this app should help create? So it helps me encourage, to think visionary. And it also always provides me with some examples that I can use. So now I can answer. As I said, you can refine the results. Now you can discuss with it until you're happy. For example, I say now, I take it the easy route. I'll just take this example. Okay, ich mag dieses am besten. Now I'm typing German, just, it doesn't really matter what language we're using, unless it's one which is more common. So, and now it changed for me already the language into German, so I can continue the conversation in German. Now it will ask me about target groups. It gives me some ideas about target groups. I can put that in and continue from there. Does anyone have a question on this so far? Or are you ready to go?
What do we do with the output? Copy it?
Yeah.
To the mirror board, or what do we do?
That would be great if you put the output to the mirror board. That's a very good question. What we have done here is exactly the same. So in our slides later on, you always find a demo result. Now, obviously, the AI hasn't created such a nice format as here. What we have used is a template here for Pichler or a product vision board. Then I can just use this one. But it doesn't matter. You can just, as long as you have the different sections and the list, that's totally fine. And it would be great if you put that onto the mirror board as well into a section. So
this is important for you that you can see your results on the mirror board.
Yeah.
But more important is that you stay in one chat with ChatGPT. Then you can, so ChatGPT then remembers all the results you produced today and can use these results and information later for all our work we will do. But it's better for you as a human to have it on my report because it's better or readable, more readable. And Mike, maybe you can increase the size of your ChatGPT chat if you share your ChatGPT chat. I don't know how your screens are, but just with Command Plus, yeah.
So, you think it's better?
At least for me, yes.
Yeah, okay. Good point. So, and you can now continue the conversation. We will set a timer, I think, on the board. say, I'll say 7 minutes for now. So on Miro, we can set a timer that everyone knows how much time is left. We have to time box these exercises. We appreciate that, you know, in your work life or in your life, normally you would take more time, but we need to time box to make sure that you also get the results. The idea is you get the structure, you get the inspiration, you get all the tools at hand, and then you can, you know, do this in more detail also later on. However, sometimes it's fascinating what you all can do with an AI in just a couple of minutes. So I'm already curious and excited to see what the results are that you can come up with. Cosman dissects. Super. You started to put the intros as well. Yeah. Looks very good. Yonu dreams in swim lanes and thinks in user stories. So cool.
It's like ChatGPT knows me already.
Fantastic. Oh yeah, and you have already your vision with the target group. Excellent. Yeah. Yes, good. If anyone is stuck or has a problem, then please let us know. We're
Just
here.
raise your hand or start talking. We are here to help you.
Great. Yeah. Ah, Alexander has done too by ChatGPT and Gemini.
Yeah, I'm trying to compare, yeah, what both tools
Yeah.
will provide. So, okay,
Excellent.
just providing, yeah, the same examples. Want to
Yep.
see the difference.
Yeah. Super. Stefan, yes, I was thinking the same. Plenty of cats here when you read the introductions. Yeah. Good pickup. While everyone's still busy, let's quickly check the time. Oh, we have some really good results already. Just realize we possibly have to extend the frames. It's great with all the material that you
You can make your input or your results pretty small on your canvas.
Yeah.
So you can zoom in.
Yeah, so that's a good point. You can always like anything, the text, if you drag it smaller, you can do it smaller, and you can still, as you can see, you can zoom in quite a lot. Yeah. So. All right. Any questions, any points until here? Everyone was able to finish. We're gonna skip the presentations for the individual artifacts, unfortunately, because we have, as I said, quite a tight program and we want to give you results. But we can also then later on in the demo part at the end of the workshop, maybe then you can, when you demonstrate your case, when you present your case, maybe you can also then touch upon the different artifacts as well. Okay. With that said, I think I'm going to hand over to Matthias.
Yes.
Do you want to share the screen or shall I draw?
Yeah, I share screen. Just stealing your sharing. So can everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Perfect. Just have to rearrange a lot of windows here, but yeah. So now we have our product vision board, and we decided to show and talk a little bit about personas. And so we have done our poll, and so most of you have already a lot of contact or have done a lot of with requirement engineering, and I guess a lot of you has already heard about personas, or at least are using personas in your projects. And so then I just tell a little bit about personas for those who haven't heard or haven't used them before. We use personas to have some kind of prototype of our users, so we know for who we develop our product. And because we are human, for us it's way much better if we have a picture with some tiny data set beyond to imagine how our users are look like, feel like, what they do, how they behave, if they have children, what they like to do in their free time, etc. And so we produce some personas for our product, for our idea, for our vision. And after we have created these virtual personas, we can put them on the wall on our project area, or we can write them down in our documents. And so we really can interact and communicate with them during the project. And so they really helps us to get a better feeling and what we have to develop or should develop. And these personas, so there are different ways how we can create these personas. We can create them data-driven, so we can do a lot of interviews or research, or we can use large statistic data to check exactly the perfect personas for our project and our vision. But this is pretty cost and time intensive, and today we don't have the time and not the money to do this on this way. So we try to imagine our perfect user for our perfect personas for our product. And this is way much cheaper, for sure. It's way much faster, and it's pretty fast with AI anyway. And at the moment, we only have our idea and we have our product vision board, and so we can start brainstorming with ourselves or with our colleagues, or in this case, we will do this with AI and ask AI to be creative and create some personas for us, including what it needs. So normally a name, profession, hobbies, what they like, if they eat meat, I don't know, what they do, how many children they have, etc. But let's see what the AI will give us later, and maybe we can guide the AI to give us some different user types as well. So because it's pretty helpful, or we can learn more from this whole process and from the personas if we have really different types. So maybe we have an inexperienced user and a long-term user, yeah, which is really familiar with this kind of software or idea which we developed today. And then we have a user who is the first-time user. So like, for example, one of you never did anything with ChatGPT. So this user is a first-time user and it's beginning to explore how it's working. And these kind of personas and users are pretty powerful and helpful for us, because they ask questions which will never be asked from experienced users or users which have a lot of experience with this kind of UI, for example. And then maybe we can create a persona which is kind of trying to damage our software or our product, yeah, so a harmful user. Or maybe we will develop a product which is for end users and for corporate, so a B2B and B2B product. But it depends, and depending on your idea, you can write these specific ideas and wishes regarding your personas to our prompt as well. But normally we can have such nice pictures and drawings and documents for our personas. Let's see what ChatGPT will provide us later, and we will get a list of how our personas look like and the properties of the personas. So here is our prompt, and we have created all these prompts today that you just can copy paste them, and maybe you put some additional information to this prompt as well. And please use the chat where you started, because all the prompts are referencing to the information or the results in the chat. So you only have to copy paste it, and then ChatGPT will take, in this case, the product vision board from the conversation above in the same chat as an input for this task. Yes, and now you can start or ask me questions, and maybe Michael can start the timer as well. And we should get roughly something like this, so a list with some information about a persona, and we should get a nice picture of it. And if you want to play around with the pictures, so you can ask ChatGPT and edit the prompt here as well to create these pictures in a different style. For example, where is it? Portrait, genau, for each of these personas. And then we can add, for example, in the style. Simpsons is not working because of protecting their intellectual property, but in the style of steampunk or Star Wars is not working as well, or comic of 60s, etc. Yeah, just be creative. And then we get some different pictures and not only the super photorealistic pictures of our personas. Does anybody have questions? If not, you can start copying the prompts from our Notion and try your luck with your personas.
I should ideally, I mean, you have been working on the product vision board, right? And the second section is about the target group, about these people. And now it should build out personas for these people that you defined for the target groups that you have in mind.
So timer 10 minutes, Michael. Yeah?
The timer's already running. Not
I don't see it. That's
it's on the exercise board.
yeah, sure.
That is the one
Yeah,
that
right. Yeah, thanks.
I can see.
We already have some personas. I like the style. With a quote. I like this.
Mm-hmm.
I will get some more flat comic design personas.
Yeah, as you can see, also the results differ a lot. Sometimes it might just create a portrait, which that we ask for. Sometimes it might create an image with the details of the personas.
Or of the profession or environment of the persona, yeah.
Yeah. You can always also ask it, give me the text back or something like that. Very simple and straightforward. If you want the text to use somewhere else and the image doesn't work in that.
The image generation will take a little bit because of the new model of OpenAI, so it's way much better, but way much slower. But yeah.
Yeah, and this can really help you and the team to align on the different needs for the different user groups. I've also seen in teams where, there was this sometimes these little stories made up about Bob or Peter they've seen them in town and da-di-da-di-da, although they were just personas, they came to life with the creativity of the team and the conversation. So that's can be quite also fun.
I see a lot of some of you are 2 or 3 lines ahead of us, so it's pretty okay. You can do it at your pace. And in the last session, we have done this workshop. It was a in-person workshop, and we had some groups, and there the people start discussing a lot and did not make steps further. So and today we experienced the other way around. So everybody of you is your own group, so there's no need for these discussions, and but maybe you can use ChatGPT a little bit, kind of your team member, to discuss a little bit in which direction this product can go.
Oh, Sebastian is saying I lost my chat.
I lost it somehow, but I'm trying to give the information back to ChatGPT again with the product vision board and the personas. So let's see if it can deal with this.
Okay. Yeah, kind of copy paste this content.
Yeah, or if you recall any specific keyword on this conversation, there's a little loop, the search feature. It also works on any particular word of any of your chats. So, maybe you can do this and to bring up your chat again.
Okay. Yeah, let me try it. Thanks.
Yep.
Whoa. Does anybody need some more minutes to finish the personas?
Okay, I think in that case we can continue on, huh?
I think you can take over the screen again.
Yep.
And
just a second.
Or, yeah, take it over.
All right, now, yeah, okay. All right, so we sparked an idea. We created a product vision board to extend this idea, to generate some North Star. We were obviously thinking about our target groups. We have built personas for this target group, so it's easier to imagine. Now, if we think about requirements, then often in the agile world, we'll look into user stories. User stories are user-centric. They use a phrase template, as we've seen also in other concepts, although it's a very simple phrase template. And the concept behind it is it should encourage us to always consider as which user is this something useful. There's different templates of that. Usually it's as a user or a role, I want to do something to achieve something or provide a reason why I want to do this. And it should prevent us from cases where we phrase our requirements in passive voice, for example, because there is no passive voice. Someone needs to do something or wants to do something. It's either users or it's even the system, but it's not that things are done by themselves. And there's different templates that you can use for them. The idea is also with every user story that the added value for the user is carved out and gets clear. There is different templates you can use or we can use. They are pretty much very similar. It's a little bit down to your own preference. With one differentiation from Chris Metz, where he has got another thinking process. I think most people, when they hear user stories, oh yeah, as a user, da-di-da-di-da, and then so on. Chris Metz turns it around because he says, actually, the added value for each user story should be even more in focus. That's why he turned it around, saying, in order to achieve some value as a type of user, I want to do some functionality. But principle remains completely the same. Yes, so we have got very simple, short, concise statements. As mentioned before, the focus in agile software and product development is more also on communication and collaboration. And there's from Jeffries, there's a 3C, which is a little check. 3C stands for card, confirmation, and conversation. So every user story should fit onto a card. Originally, when I think when this movement evolved, it was more on post-its, on physical post-its, on paper, or on a card. So the requirement, the user story should be small enough that it fits onto a card. On the back side, we have our confirmation, like the criteria, how we can prove that this has been implemented successfully. And we're going to talk about that also in the next step. And C, the third C is for conversation, a promise that we will talk about this user story within the team at least once. So we don't just come up with something, we throw it over the fence and we wait until it's finished. We double check, we encourage communication. There's a house of quality you might be aware of as well. That defines the quality of your user stories, or you will always have some quality criteria to measure against your user story. We've seen here the foundation, card, conversation, and confirmation we already talked about. And there's a nice acronym that keeps us every important aspect in mind. It's called INVEST. It stands for independent, negotiable, valuable, estimable, small, and testable. Independent in the sense that a user story should be independent from other user stories as much as possible, but obviously that's not the only point. The more important point, your user story should be independent from the work of other teams. Because if I have a piece of work that I plan in my team, but I'm dependable on the delivery from some other team, I can never plan how long it takes because I'm not part of the other team. I'm not in control. So we have to kind of split and slice the user stories vertically in a way that this doesn't happen. We'll talk about splitting and user story mapping also later in this workshop. Then it should be negotiable in the sense that we should not solutionize too much. We should not define exactly the solution, how it is done. Rather, see if you can take a step back, think about the requirement behind it, or think about the actual problem behind it. That way, it makes it negotiable in the team, because maybe some technical people in the team might come up with different and better solutions than we could come up with, but it's only possible if they understand the problem behind it. Then every user story should be clearly valuable. That's what I said or mentioned before. It should be clear enough so the team can estimate it. It has to be estimable. Otherwise, how can I estimate how long it'll take, or how big this user story is, if we're talking story points, if we're talking relative estimation. User stories should be small. Small in the sense they have to be done, or they should be done within one sprint, one iteration. And also the entire concept behind it is that we have a hypothesis. We create small experiments where we implement something, and then we receive feedback that we can take into cooperation. We can learn from that, and we can take it into the next cycle. And last but not least, they have to be testable. So they should be precise enough that I can test it, that anybody can test it. Example, system should respond to any user queries as fast as possible or fast is not really measurable because it's not specific enough. It should respond within 2 seconds or anything like that, anything specific enough that we can objectively test it. Good. Now, with the quality aspects of user stories, let's jump into AI support. Let's look into the prompt that we've prepared for you. You can use it one-to-one, or you can use it as inspiration. So what are we saying? You are a user story coach. You help me to a technical business analyst in creating user stories that align with the system architecture, And you use the product vision board and the personas that we have developed before, like pointing into the conversation of the same, right, of the same chat. That's why we stay in the same chat. And actually, that brings me to one point. As I said before, in our prompts collection, we have a second area in the lower part where you can use them as one shot, where you have to provide all the artifacts again. Like, okay, product vision board, it'll ask you for the product vision board, so you dump it in. If we now in this workshop, we all stay in the same chat, we don't have to dump that in, but we only have to refer to what we have done previously. I want it to understand the idea, and then it will also ask more clarifying questions to grasp the full scope. And then I want it to transform the requirements into structured user stories in a specific template. And the template here is in capital letters. That's a way that I quite frequently use to refer to another section further down. And this refers to a variable, which is here. I have in tags, I have described how this template should look like. So I'll show it to it later. The template should always be marked down as code. This approach ensures that the user stories are comprehensive, clear, and technically aligned with the system capabilities. And I want it already to push into a specific format, so all of my user stories look the same. In the template, I say I want an ID, a unique identifier that starts with US01 for user story 1. And then the user story, I want to use the story template by Mike Cohn, and I just mentioned it again. Be clear, concise, and focus on the added business value of the user story. And then I want also to have a little bit of a background or description that gives more details. And with that, I would leave you and hand you over to the next exercise here. I would put again the timer. So your task would be you go onto our prompt collection. We are at the user story level, and you can copy paste that already here. So you can copy that here, and I can jump into my chat that I had before. Let's switch back to English so everyone can understand. A recap so far, and now I provide it with my prompt. So it will ask me various questions. Do users need to register? Something around geolocation, etc. So it helps me also to consider more aspects that then I might be possibly thinking about beforehand. And then we can create all of that. You can have the conversation with it. Let's quickly do that. I'll do it, say, quick and dirty. Yes, registration is needed. Auto geolocation is appreciated. I want photos, quantity, expiry date, pick up time, location. And previous ratings of the organization submitting the food. No real-time chat required, I would say. Yes, reviews are needed as mentioned before. MP scope, business. That's and as you can see here, it gives me the first user story. As a food business representative, I want to post surplus food with detailed information. Now, as this is Markdown, you have to scroll in it. If you don't like Markdown, then you can just say, give me that in normal text. That's possible as well. But here, this way, you can easily copy paste it. I get some background. Yes, let's do a student side story, which is the next one. So I can keep on generating new stories. Obviously, I would read it more in detail than right now. I would look into it more in detail, and I get the second one out as well. Let's build one for the reservation and confirmation. Great thing is it leads me kind of through, and it gives me some really good ideas. Review system, yes. Now review system, please. What I'm trying to get at is something different. Now I have these user stories here, right? I could just copy one and I can go over and say, I'll put it to the far left-hand side, just for demo purposes. I can put it here. It's nice, it's okay. Now the other aspect, I've generated 4 user stories right now. I can also say, please give me all user stories as downloadable XLS file. Just trying to show you different ways how you can extract the information for further usage, for example. And it should now generate for me a downloadable Excel file. Here you go. And it's opening somewhere else on another screen, it seems. But I think I can drop that to you onto the Miro board as well, where just for demonstration, you'll have it. So, you know, be creative.
Sorry for interrupting. Could you quickly just walk through everything that
Yes.
all the steps? I mean, in ChatGPT, not necessarily in to Miro. I was doing my own prompt, and I'm not sure how you got from the templates to the Excel file.
From the templates to the Excel file. Like I just ask it for it. Like
yeah. I just begin to look at all
I just said, yeah. So I have here the templates. I said, hey, please give me all user stories as downloadable XLS file.
And for the user stories, you've prompted for each one, or at a certain point, you just told ChatGPT to. Okay. So you've.
Now I have used the first prompt here,
Yeah.
which is the one that I demonstrated.
Mm-hmm.
And then it would just ask me some questions.
Yeah.
I answered my own question, and it creates, like, I answered all of them, and you don't have to be, you know, super clean. It's already understanding well enough what you're referring to, what you mean. I have my first user story, and then it asks you, hey, a follow-up. Shall we create a follow-up story? Then I said, okay. And it suggested, hey, let's do a student side story. So like, okay, as from the student perspective, create a new one. I've done that, and it's created me one more. And then it did another one, and this is how I built this in a conversation. And then I had various different user stories.
Okay.
Yeah, does it make sense?
Yeah.
Good. Super. Any other questions right now? Good. So time's mostly up. I'll quickly go over through the different results. Oh, yeah, I like that one as well. Nice personas or vision. Aha, someone has generated test cases already. Very good. Then what have we got here? We have got the personas. A user story in this format, also nice as a picture. Just be aware, this can be really cool if you're, you know, depending on the format, what you envision, what you plan. It's just that you can't extract the text or not use it so much further, but it's interesting that it generates it for you like this. But you can always tell it, give me the text so I can copy paste, you know, just talk to it like a normal assistant, but still be polite. And
I just
Say it again?
First, I get the text form, but I would like to transfer it into this picture just for design. But I also have the information in normal text form.
All good, super, all good then. Thank you. That's good. So you've done it, you've taken one step further. That's great. Yeah, you can totally do that. Cool. All right. So I'd say let's go. Let's jump over. We also prepared some here, some results. Julian, you raised your hand. No?
It's gone already.
Okay. There's something in the chat as well.
Yeah, was a mistake.
Okay. Okay, never mind. All right. So let's quickly check the time. I think we're pretty good in time. Almost as planned. So now is the time for a little break for 10 minutes before we come back and also enrich our user stories. I'll set a timer for everyone to see how long you have as a time as a break, and then at 10:45 we will continue on with the next sections. All right, enjoy your break, enjoy your coffee, tea, or your favorite beverage of choice, and see you in a bit.
Hi, Michael.
Hello, and welcome back.
I have a small curiosity.
Yeah.
I'm curious how you think about the prompts you created and how much time you spend in general to create a good prompt for this.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking the same because I think that the prompts are really the key of getting at least a good enough output.
Okay. Can you elaborate a bit more, both of you? Like, do the prompts not make any sense to you, or do they make sense? Or
No, they do. They are, I think they are good, and I was thinking that good prompts make
Big difference, yeah.
yeah.
Michael, they
have
they
created
want to
them.
know how much time you had to spend on the prompts in order to
We did
make
not
them
measure
work.
the time. We have did that about via many iterations, and have learned during the years what is needed and what not. And we see, so in the last 2 years, the prompt or the prompting. So 2 years ago, the prompting was really important, and to prompt in the right way and to set the role and the perspective and give a lot of context, etc. And so we have developed these prompts, and at the moment they're developing in AI, so that the prompting is still pretty important, but the context is way much more important. So your chat, where you produce all the results, is the key here, because the AI knows, okay, got information about what's your idea, what's your vision, which personas we talk about, etc. And we got a lot more and more context, and the AI is really understanding what you are looking for and what's your goal, and sure, the prompts are really elaborated now, and you can really these prompts are giving you the feeling and guiding you to the direction how to prompt, so you can just take these basic prompts, and add your information and ideas or perspective as well, and so it's getting better and better.
No, thanks for jumping in. Also, now it makes more sense to me, at least. I was a bit stuck. Yeah, I mean, we've come quite some journey. We're doing this since quite a while, and I mean, usually how people start is like Googling. You use 2-3 words and you drop it in, and then usually what we get from people. Yeah, we tried AI, but the results are very generic. Yes, of course, if we only give provide 2-3 keywords, then imagine an assistant, super smart, but just coming off from university, doesn't have any idea about your work environment, your task, where you're trying to head to. It doesn't work. So you have to provide this context. We elaborated and used different prompting frameworks. Then you can use prompt generators. We had these different steps, and also the AIs, obviously, they evolve over time. And at some point, as Matthias said, I mean, you're used to it. You have some experience, and then you use it. Still, it takes some time to get them right, but there's some clear things where when you give it a role and you make just obvious things explicit. Sometimes when, like, I remember at the beginning also, I've seen some prompts and I'm reading them and think like, okay, yeah, makes sense. But you just have to kind of stating the obvious or verbalize the obvious, because this AI is super smart, but it doesn't have any context about what's your goal. Yeah. I hope that.
Thanks. Sorry to jump in again. I think it's a quite good example on how to be specific in requirements engineering. There is no obvious things in requirements engineering. You always need to nail it down and make it explicit. And the more context you give to the AI, the more specific the results will be. But then it will not be that creative, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, Michael, but if you give very restrictive, if you say, I want to have a persona, it should be male, it should be aged 60, it should have brown or former times brown hair, and so on and so forth, the more specific the result will be. If you give not that much context, then it will be much broader. So it depends whether you want to be creative or whether you want to be precise.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's like on different areas, maybe you want to be more creative, and on others you want to be more precise. Exactly. Like also, you know, with the template that we give it sorry. The user story template. There, I'm very precise. This is the format that I want, and don't do anything else. And then they get it as well. What's also useful is whatever, if you have a result or something that when you are very specific, you put it into an AI and you ask, hey, what's missing? What are your recommendations? And
exactly, this kind of meta prompting is getting more and more popular. So you really use an AI to help you to create an really detailed and large prompt. Yeah? So we will use this or see this later as well in one example. And for me, for example, if I need a prompt for image generation, I'm not able to write these prompts now. Of course, you need the camera objective, you need whatever zoom factor and which is blurred and not, and the light setting and whatever. And so I really use an AI. So I use Perplexity as an alternative for Google and ask this AI search engine to create me a prompt for what I need, especially regarding image generation. And then I got, I don't know, 1 page of prompt with really detailed instructions.
Yeah, so you basically use one AI to generate the input for another AI.
Yeah, sure.
It can also be quite powerful. I mean, maybe you've seen it here. What we encourage people, because we also do general AI trainings and AI trainings for software developers, etc. Develop an AI first habit where you question yourself. Obviously, take data security and privacy aspects and things into considerations always. Yeah, that's the highest thing. But then also develop some sort of AI habit, AI first habit, where you think, hey, isn't there a way I can do this rather with AI? And one of the key aspects I think for us, or for me at least, is I have the AIs that I use most frequently. I have them all open here in a folder. So I have like ChatGPT, Claude, Perplexity, Grok, Gemini, Manus, Copilot, DeepSeek. You know, it's all the tools that I use every day, because then it's not that I think, oh, I want to use this tool. Oh, what was the password again? And you know, the bigger the hurdle, the less is the chance that you just quickly try it. And it's not about a big leap as from now on, I'll invest 4 hours or whole afternoon and then I will do it differently. It's the tiny steps that matter. Every day, spend 5 minutes, try something out. And this is how you can sharpen your axe. Okay, good. Let's continue. We look into user stories once again, and we've intentionally put this user stories into 2 steps. I mentioned already the 3 C's: card, conversation, and conversation. Now, conversation. How can we confirm that user story has been implemented? By giving them good criteria, good acceptance criteria, right? Acceptance criteria can, you know, describe different aspects. They can define boundaries and what's, you know, in the boundary or in scope and out of scope. Also, what are the things that you would be testing to consider them done? And they can help quite a lot as well. Obviously, don't confuse them with the definition of done. Definition of done is a quality gate where basically whereas acceptance criteria are for this specific user story. However, if you have, for example, for every user story, you check whether there's a documentation, whether there's some deployment scripts, whether there is whatever you have in every user story as acceptance criteria, you can move into a definition of done. But that is a discussion for the team, so the team knows what is our quality standard to achieve work and to have it done. Now, acceptance criteria, again, you want to be clear and concise, and they should be testable. System should respond fast is not testable, because fast for me is something else than fast for every one of you for sure. For some we might match, fast. Okay, fast means less than 2 seconds. For others, it could be completely different. And be as precise as possible and also measurable. Now, the format of acceptance criteria is completely wide. Say it can be checklists, it can be examples for a calculation. It could be also a wireframe maybe, or like a decision table or a decision tree. Or what you can also use is this, what's quite widely known as the Gherkin syntax, this given, when, then framework. Given precondition, when this happens, then this should, or when I input this, then I should expect this. The beauty of that is it's simple language that can be easily learned and used by business and by IT, by different stakeholders. And you can even derive test cases out of it, or even you can go one step further and do behavioral-driven development, which means you're only ever allowed to write as much code to achieve to meet the acceptance criteria, not a single line more. Good. Now it's time for us to enrich our user stories that we have done before with acceptance criteria. So we want to give it more flesh. We're again, and just going back to I think Cosmin's question before about the prompts. I mean, there was different hacks, and just think step by step, and take a deep breath. And there's some hacks, they work. Sometimes over time they're not necessary anymore. But one thing that we find still quite, or at least I find quite helpful, is you provide it with a role. You tell it what sort of role it has to get into, so it kind of understands more what's its task. And the beauty again is you can have you can combine the roles as much as possible. Yeah, you can have, like, I don't know, software developer with 30 years of experience, which is also a rock star that does awesome performances on stage, which probably in reality does not exist very often. And you can combine those in a creative level to also get some other results. So here again, as you can see, we're defining a role, and we're also saying it's familiar with the creation and usage of personas. This is not the right prompt, but doesn't matter. I think we can go into here, acceptance criteria. You're an expert in requirements engineer and business analyst, very familiar with the knowledge. Do I need to possibly also zoom in here?
You have use cases there, so assume that you mean that it should be acceptance criteria described as use cases, yeah?
Say it again. So I wanted.
Please give me an export of all use cases as downloadable, the last one.
This should be user stories. I've just
Okay.
that on the Miro board, but not on this. Yes, you're right. Good pickup. Thank you. So, okay, we're saying it's familiar with AIxRE, with Babok. It's also knows MyCone's approach to writing better user stories. So I give it some keywords, some context, some things that it knows which knowledge and which sort of area to pick. And I want you to optimize my user stories, review, rephrase, and most importantly, suggest acceptance criteria. You're also familiar with the INVEST quality criteria. INVEST is the acronym that I just mentioned before. Use all the infos from above, user stories, product vision board, personas, etc. to do this. And this is our next step. I will put that in here. I will before set again the timer so we don't lose sight of timings. And we jump in here once again. And see where it goes. You see it also remembers user story US01, like with the same ID, post surplus food as business. And now it suggests me acceptance criteria. I get the same here. And obviously now I can go through and I can discuss on every user story. Hey, no, this doesn't make sense. Is there anything else? Or I can refine myself. There's always two ways. Either you convince the AI to create a better result, or you do the last mile yourself. Both is fine as well. Whatever you get along or gets your results faster or in a better quality. So I demoed it up with 4 user stories, I got the acceptance criteria for 4. Let's probably have a look at the last one just as an example. As a student, I want to leave a rating and review for the food provider after pickup so that others can trust reliable contributors. The background is a post-pickup review system increases transparency and builds trust. Yeah, makes sense. And reviews should be short, easy to submit. Yeah, we don't want to have a form with 3 pages because no one's probably going to fill that out. And unless there's free lunch for it. And only available after completed transactions, which is also very important. Not that anyone can do reviews and submit reviews with about food or a restaurant that they've never been. Acceptance criteria. Rating option appears only after pickup is confirmed. Yeah, like just detailing further the description. Students can rate 1 to 5 stars and optionally leave a short text comment. Now, what I could also do is I could introduce an NPS, a Net Promoter Score, which is, would you recommend this restaurant, this supermarket on a scale from 1 to 10? If I wanted to. Provider's overall rating is updated and shown publicly. Yeah, and inappropriate reviews can be flagged and hidden after moderation, and the student can only review each listing once. Now, that is something debatable. If the question is, what is a listing? Is a listing just when I have a pizza right now that I want to sell on this platform, and until when it's bought tomorrow, I have another pizza. This is a new listing. Then this is totally fair. If it's just a listing in general from a pizza restaurant or from an Italian restaurant, then possibly I would not agree. But that actually leads me to another very important point. To be able to use the same, to have a shared understanding and to use the same vocabulary, the same glossary, the same terms and abbreviations. So that is something else that you can, that you should have in all cases in your project or in your company even. And if you don't, then there's 2 good candidates for it. It's either new people coming on board, not because they cannot defend themselves so much from additional work. It's more because they look at it with a fresh pair of eyes. A lot of terms they are not familiar with. That's one option. And the other is if you have some documentation, you can also throw that into an AI and tell it, create a glossary for me. So it comes already and extracts all the phrases and terms and abbreviations that are not commonly known. Obviously, always take into account data security aspects. So if you have confidential project, obviously I would not advise or to put that into ChatGPT. Either you can use a local LLM, but that's a little bit more complicated to set up, or what also works quite well is Microsoft Copilot, even the free version, as long as you sign in with an M365 company account, an Entra ID so-called. Data will stay in your tenant. So if you as a company rely on SharePoint to put your data and documents on, there is no reason why you should not be able or why you should not use Microsoft Copilot on the top. Although the results are more mediocre, Microsoft uses the same models as OpenAI, but still the quality is a bit less, but definitely a lot better than not doing it or putting it into an application or to a provider which you don't trust, because always keep in mind confidential information and how to treat them. It's also some part that we do a lot of user awareness training, so we make user aware of compliance, data security, data breaches, etc. And I think what we see in the industry right now is with a lot of clients that we work, a lot of companies, they are lacking these guidelines of what to do, what and in which situations. All right. So let's quickly see what you guys have come up with. And by the way, now you could not, of course, tell it again, please export my user stories that you have just created with the acceptance criteria into a downloadable Excel in an XLS format. Now, I know many people might be using either DevOps or Jira for their requirements these days, or other tools. It doesn't really matter. If the tools have an import function, like a CSV that you can upload, you can tell the AI, please give me everything that we created right now in the CSV format so I can import it into another application. You can either mention the format and see if that works already, or an AI works quite well also with an example. So you can download a sample file and upload it to the favorite LLM or AI of your choice. In this case, it might be ChatGPT. Tell it, I want to have my user stories in the same format as this CSV file, so that I can upload it and process it further.
Michael, short question. Yeah. So if we are still in the same conversation with ChatGPT, for example, so we don't need to remind it that it's how we start every prompt. You are expert in requirements engineering, blah blah blah. I think it should apply it to each answer. Next one.
Very good point, Alexander. That's actually true. This is something that we could optimize. It's not required. It does not harm, but it's not necessarily required. However, what I would mention for sure is specific tasks or specific concepts like acceptance criteria in one step, or then the specific, for example, the product vision board from Pichler, in what areas do we have. But you're right. If you do it all in one chat, it would be fine to also have it mention each response. Okay. Cool. Any other question? Sorry, did I just interrupt someone? Okay. Looks like, guys, yes, really good results. A lot of results already. Some people are kind of jumping over through the next tasks already. That's totally fine. You have the manual for it. Good. Then I'll say, let's jump to the next step. You can see here again for our demo, we have also some results or some, we defined it in the Gherkin syntax in this given when then format. But it's up to your own choice, liking, and of course to your team. There's a little bit more on test cases, but we decided to omit this for this session because we want to focus more on requirements engineering. You still have the prompts in Notion, so I think also some of you have seen you've created already test cases for your user stories. That's totally fine. And with that said, I think I'm happy to get my share stolen by Matthias.
Yes, I'm on it. So now you should see my screen. At the moment, we are using ChatGPT, and you stay in your chat. And but imagine if you are working with ChatGPT a lot more and every day, and then you create a lot of chats. And maybe you are switching projects, private or from your job, and or you have more projects, and there's a lot of copy paste and giving context and input for the AI every time. Or if you start a new chat, you have to explain, okay, I want to do this, I am that, please act like this, etc. And there are several ways where we can avoid a little bit work for us if we use ChatGPT in the right way and we have a paid account. So these new ChatGPTs or other ChatGPTs are called customized ChatGPTs, and with these custom GPTs we can configure ChatGPT with our data, our input, and we can upload a lot of information, documents, etc. And this custom GPT is only so we can share this for the public if we want, but normally or most of the time we use it for us privately. So we can create a custom GPT and provide a lot of information from our project. For example, we could upload all our documentation requirements, documentations, concept documents, etc., images as well. And then we have a prepared GPT, which is always aware what we are working on. And so we save a lot of time, and we have created some of them. I will show them to you, and I will show you how you can create them as well and where you find them. So if you are on ChatGPT, there is, so mine is at German at the moment, so sorry for that, but here's a writer or tab which is called GPTs or Explore GPTs, and this is the GPT store. So in this GPT or a custom GPT store, you will find all public GPTs, and there some of them are really, really helpful, and every custom GPT has a little bit more information or is connected to APIs from the provider of this custom GPT, which enables this customized GPT to make more or to know more and to provide you more help and information like the normal GPT. Yeah? The normal GPT of OpenAI have read all the internet and is pretty good in many cases, but if we're talking about our own project in our company or whatever, this knowledge is not known by the official public GPT. So we can create customized GPTs really easy. And if we want, we can share them and everybody can use them. Custom GPTs can be created in the paid version, and everybody with the free version can use them if they are public. So we have our user story coach GPT in the public store. Here is it. And we can just click on this and see what this custom GPT is doing for us or how this can help us. And we see how many conversations are done with this GPT, no ratings yet. And then we can just start the conversation with this GPT. And this will help us to create better user stories. And you can try it later if you want, but I want to show you how you can create such a custom GPT. And this is done by going to GPTs again, and then I go on create. And then we see this, this input fields here where we can create our custom GPT. We name it, we describe it, what it does, and then we give instructions for this custom GPT, how this GPT should behave, how this GPT should help the users, etc. And then we can define some starting questions, which gives a easy entry for the user how to start to communicate with this custom GPT. And now the most important is we can upload a lot of information, PDFs, text files, Excels, images, whatever. And I guess my last information was we can upload up to 2 GB of data, and it's I guess a maximum of 30 or 50 files. And GPT is then reading and consuming these information and is aware of this content as well. And then you have a proper prepared custom GPT, which helps you way much better than the normal official GPT, which does not have access to this information where you can upload here. If you want and you're more familiar with coding, you can connect these custom GPTs to any APIs of your service, and then it's getting more power as well. If you're too lazy to describe all this information, you can do a shortcut and ask in a chat. So it's a meta chat to create a custom GPT. So please build me a user story coach. Chat custom GPT, sorry. GPT, which helps our product owners. So let's see what's doing. And now in the background, OpenAI and ChatGPT is filling out the form here, which I showed you before. In the meanwhile, we create this custom GPT. We will have a look on already configured GPT from me. Here you see I have filled all the instructions. I've uploaded some files, and this GPT is helping me to develop browser extensions, or one of my browser extensions, and is aware of all the code. And if I got problems, I just copy paste or send a screenshot of the problem and got help. And another GPT here is I use it for a project of mine to how I can use the OpenID Connect flow, where you use OAuth to authenticate against APIs, something like Facebook or Google login. And I've just uploaded all the specifications here. It's pretty long and exhausting documentations, which nobody wants to read. And so I've working with that pretty often. And for example, I just can ask it to show me a diagram how the OpenID Connect flow is working, and then it's shortly looking into its knowledge and then providing me, for example, here a rough diagram of the OpenID Connect flow. So, and for example, if you, let me check, if you need a new window, if you already have used, for example, our user story coach ChatGPT once, you will find it here in your lists. And if you start a normal chat without selecting a custom GPT, you can use any of your used ChatGPT, custom GPTs before in any chat with the @ sign. So I show you, please create me a user story with the @ sign, and now I can address or select all custom GPTs I've used before, and so I can empower my my conversation with a lot of more knowledge and really elaborated prompts from these custom GPTs. And so the conversation is getting much more better because we use all the power and prompt and intellectual property of these custom GPTs as well, only with just one @ sign in our prompting. And we can add several more. So it doesn't make sense. Oh no, we only can use one. Sorry for that. But this is pretty powerful to get way much better results. So let's see what our new user story coach custom GPT. No, take this. Now I got some questions. How we should name it. Now, in this creation of the custom GPT, it's creating a profile image as well. And so it looks nice and can be found pretty fast. And yeah, there are a lot of custom GPTs in the GPT store. Maybe you have a look, and they are pretty helpful. And yeah, let's see what the future will bring. OpenAI always thinking about to make them or to give creators of custom GPTs a kind of revenue share in future. So it's pretty good help for you. So let's go back. So I've showed you this live. Here, for example, we have an example prompt how we have configured our user story coach custom GPT. So for sure, if you create a custom GPT, you should give it quite proper instructions and prompts to interact with its customers. So that's the same I've shown to you already. Does somebody have questions regarding custom GPTs?
And that's also one of the reasons why you get access to this paid ChatGPT account, because now you can really try it yourself. If you haven't made that experience yet, you can create your own custom GPT, which you obviously would not be able to do on the free version. So just you can experiment.
Mhm. So now our custom GPT is already ready. Fine. Now we see all the input forms are filled with quite good prompts, I guess. Do not check it now, but yeah, for sure, always check what you get from AI. Never stop using your brain. And especially in these times, OpenAI or ChatGPT, the new models are pretty heavily hallucinating at the moment. So they are inventing and providing you information which is not correct. So this is OpenAI struggling to get rid of this bad developing at the moment. And so the new models are more intelligent, but inventing more. So beware of that, and maybe use another LLM or AI if you are feeling or seeing that the output is not right at the moment. Well, then we come back to requirements engineering. So this
Hold on a sec.
yes.
I would just let people try that out.
Yes, yeah, sure. Sorry.
I'll put a counter.
Mm-hmm.
I've set the timer on the exercise board also.
Yes, you can try your creating a custom GPT or using a custom GPT, depends what you like, or do both. So now I have 2 user story coaches. And if you are in the GPT store, you find a button there with My GPTs. And there you see a list of all your created GPTs. I guess in our demo account, there's already 1. Or yes.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I was muted, sorry. Is it possible to create an avatar of myself, go for vacation, and my colleagues ask me things? My avatar?
Sure.
Inside this GPT thing? Or is there another way in this OpenAI universe to create avatars? I've heard it.
It depends on how
it's a new trend.
Yeah, depends on how you want to use this avatar. So a custom GPT is only usable via this website or via the app of ChatGPT, but you can create the same custom GPT via the playground of OpenAI, and via the playground you can access your new avatar via an application interface, via an API, and then you can integrate this in whatever, in your email client or in your chat, whatever. Yeah. So, and yeah, it's a nice idea. Never thought about this. Yeah, and there you can upload whatever. Yeah, everything about you or your work, and then. Yeah, well, maybe there's an integration in any of any mail applications as well in near future.
Yeah, maybe to something that springs also to mind. I've got another hobby project where I'm running an email list with more than 100,000 people on it. Well, pre-ChatGPT, I was answering a lot of questions. As you can imagine, with 100,000 people, you from time to time get a question from one or the other person. And like years ago, I spent a lot of time to write the answers, and then I realized, okay, there's always many questions are like, there are patterns, like questions which direct in this area or that area. So I created like ready-made responses already that I could copy paste and slightly adjust. And Later on, I created myself a custom GPT when ChatGPT was available. I created my own custom GPT with all the knowledge I had, with all the templates, with anything else, and then I could simply just copy the answer and get the reply back, read through that, see whether it makes sense, and then send it or adjust it. But then I still found that even way too labor intense these days. So as Matthias said, you can in the playground, in the separate area of the OpenAI platform, you can replicate and create the same custom GPT, which is then available via an API. And I've set this up. So nowadays, when I have an email I want to respond to, I just move it into a specific folder in my email client. And then there's an automation. We use make.com quite often, but you can also use Power Automate from Microsoft or Zapier or whatever. And it just checks if there's any new email in this folder. It'll take it. It'll chuck it into my custom GPT. It'll retrieve the answer. It will create a new file, a new email in my draft folder, and then I just see, okay, I can review all my drafts in my draft folder, edit them, and then send it on. This is how you can maybe, be a bit more efficient. But one other thing that I wanted to mention or stress, it's these custom GPTs, you can set them to public and make them available in the GPT store, but you can also just keep them to yourself or share it with the link. So there's these three settings. Obviously, if it's in the GPT store, everyone can use them, but they won't see each other's chats. It's just they can use the same functionality and the same knowledge. Now, if you say, I just want to make it accessible through link, then no one would be able to find it in the GPT store, but you can send, or you'd be able to send the link to your colleagues, and even with a free account, they would be able to use it. Or you say, I only want to keep it myself, then no one with a link, no one can use it, only you. But that doesn't mean that the data is not going out. So anything you upload there, you're uploading to a company which is based in the US. I'm just mentioning that. Plus, even it seems like, okay, these custom GPTs are kind of protected. It's wrapped around. And, you know, even if you're happy to expose the functionality, your avatar, to your colleagues or to the wider world, then it doesn't mean that no one can ever touch or download the documents that you've given your custom GPT. Up until a while ago, they improved it now, but quite a while it was like funny to see that there was no custom GPT that we could not convince to share its knowledge with us. So, you know, this is by far, it's not safe. So just also keep that in account.
Did you hear the ring, Michael?
No. What are you trying to tell me?
No, nothing. But a really good question with the avatar. I liked it. I use exactly the same custom GPTs from the playground, which I mentioned for my cashback portal, which is doing the whole customer support with a widget on the website. And this widget is connected to such a custom GPT, which knows all about my my project, my portal, and all customer concerns. And it's working pretty well. And with, I don't know, I only pay €1 per month for the API calls to OpenAI. So it's pretty cheap and fast. Well, so I hope everybody has created fancy custom GPTs and or played around with them, or you can play around with them later as well. So now we will have a look on prioritization. And prioritization is, everybody knows it, pretty important. We want to focus on value. We want to save time. We want to develop or take care of the requirements which bring really value to our product and for our users. And there are several methods to prioritize them. If we do it by hand or by ourselves, and don't know who of you knows the Kano model. It's pretty nice model, and we always explain it with features which we have in our mobile phone. So we have the Kano model explained as like this requirements or features which are basic requirements or performance requirements or delighting requirements. So for example, if you have and these requirements are developing from basic to performance and to from delighting to performance to basic factors. So for example, the camera in our mobile phones, first before we had smartphones and we have normal mobile phones, there was no camera in it, and then the camera came in as a delighting factor or feature or requirement, and everybody was, wow, I can take pictures with my mobile and do not carry my digital camera with me, and then it became to a performance factor. And so we compared, okay, how much megapixel does my mobile has, and now it's a completely basic factor and nobody cares about how much pixels this camera has. Okay, maybe we count how much lenses we have, but yeah, at the end there's no smartphone without a camera, so it's really a basic factor. And so if we have a look on our requirements, we can prioritize them with this Kano model, or we can use more easy models like Moscow. We with must, should, could, or won't categories, or the weighted shortest job first. Yeah, this is a prioritization method which, for example, if we have a feature that costs us 10K delay per 2 weeks, and we have another feature which only costs 2K in 1 week, so we would take care of the 10K requirements because it's way much more impact, and we should take care of this. I really like the buy a feature model as well. There we are sitting on a table with different people, and everybody has some virtual money to buy a feature. But the key here is that everybody on the table does not have enough money to buy a feature by her own. So we have to discuss, and we have to build teams to buy a feature together. And this is pretty effective to prioritize features or requirements. And for sure, we can use, and we will do this today, AI to support us, and we will ask the AI to prioritize our requirements, and we will create our requirements as well with the AI in the next step. And we will ask the AI to prioritize them regarding the most value, and we will ask the AI as well to measure, to estimate the value for our project, for our vision, and everything we have in our chat as well. So I've done this, here you find the prompt, and I've done this in an example project from the last workshop we have done. Let me just look for it. So here I have a chat which was created from a group of our last workshop, and I've just copy pasted the prompt in it. So jump back. And what this prompt is doing, first task will create a list of requirements, because maybe some of you already have requirements, but in my example, I didn't have created them yet. So I asked the AI to create me a list of 10 requirements for my app or for my idea. And then the AI should use these requirements and prioritize them based on business value, how much implementation effort and urgency these requirements have. And we want to have estimation or measurable benefits. So regarding the business value, the technical effort should be part of this prioritization, and the urgency. And then we should we ask the AI to give us back a nice or readable table or metrics to see, and on a calculated score, which of our requirements is the most with the most value, and which should we which should we address first? So I've put it here already, and we don't have to wait. Here we see a table with the requirements, and we see how much points every requirement got from the AI regarding business value, technical effort, urgency, effort score, etc. And we see the result at the end. It's already sorted, so we see the requirements with the highest priority at the top, depending here on the project. And we see a bubble chart as well, so we can see on this chart which of these requirements is the most important. So now it's your part. If you have questions, go ahead. And if not, grab your prompt and throw it in your chat. I'm excited what your requirements will look like. I start the timer in a second.
Started already.
You're already starting? Good,
Cool.
thanks. Oh, you already got 6 minutes.
Yeah. We might also increase, or we have some more time in the end.
Yeah, 07. Oh, I need more time for the theory.
You might also want to increase the font size if you want to show something in Claude.
I will wait until it's finished. Don't want to look
Okay.
and wait. Mhm. Looks good already. We don't have a sharing area here on my report yet, no?
We can, I think it's there. I've just closed it.
Area to share. Then I put DeepL on it and
All right. So let's continue on. We'll do one more topic before we break a second time, just a little bio break. But before that, I'm going to share a little bit with you. I'll take over the share.
yeah, please.
And here we go. Okay. So, a couple of things I wanted to mention just in between. One thing, this custom GPT.
You still need to share. I'm still sharing, I guess.
No, that should be me.
Okay, then stop.
Is it? Yeah, I think it's me. Okay. Yeah, these custom GPTs, obviously you can, like, what we wanted to show you is, first we've done it step by step to create user stories, then acceptance criteria in this custom GPT. You have everything in one prompt. It will already consider, when you create user stories, it will consider quality criteria. It will also consider acceptance criteria. There's many different areas where you can use a custom GPT, be it your personal avatar, or be it for maybe practicing for a certification exam. I'm not sure if I should say that right now, Stefan. Yeah. No, just kidding. So you can do a lot of great things with it. Obviously, it's AI, so it can also be wrong sometime. Keep that in mind. But if you have any human being that helps you and assists you or works with you, it's the same. Like ourselves, we're also not full. We also have some flaws. We also do make mistakes. Now, the second step, the second thing that I wanted to mention also in terms of requirements, obviously here we're practicing in this workshop. That means we create a few requirements, or we create a few user stories, maybe 3, maybe 5, maybe 10. Let me tell you, this also works with 1,000 requirements. So, for example, if you have your database of requirements already and you can share it with, say, for example, ChatGPT, you could upload that. You can upload that in a suitable format, and you can do consistency checks and see where there are possible contradictions and things, and increase the quality of your overall requirements. Now, will it find every inconsistency? There's a chance that it will miss some. If we do it as a human being, again, would we miss some of the inconsistencies if we check 1,000 requirements? Chances are quite highly yes. What we've also seen that if you normalize your requirements, if you bring them all into the same format, say, they come from a separate place, a few people have been working on them. If you normalize them and put them in certain structures so that they're easier to compare, the AI also can compare it more easy. And that also means the precision or the detection rate in consistencies, for example, can be better, can be improved. However, I think when we first looked at this 1.5 years ago, upload some requirements and check for consistency and also for compliance coverage, for example, the results were so-so. This improves quite fast, and we can see where this leads to. Right now, we can improve the precision by translating it in a specific format. Possibly 1 year from now, this is not required. Always depends on the amount of requirements. Because the context window, i.e. the brain or the amount of data an LLM or an AI can take, that's called the context window. They get also bigger and bigger. The thing is, if you have to take that into considerations, because sometimes if you have more conversation, you have more data in your chat window. It applies to every chat window. You can go beyond this limitation, and you would not notice, or you wouldn't get warned, hey, by the way, I forgot what we talked about at the beginning. No, it just drops off silently. If you ask the AI, hey, by the way, how did we start a conversation? It will maybe, it will still remember some things, but not as precisely as you've been inputting that before. So that is also something to keep in mind, just when you work at it. And now we're just looking into bare, simple tools like ChatGPT or Claude or Gemini, whatever. Obviously, there's a lot which is going on in specific tools where AI features are added, but the principles apply the same. And yeah, I think there's a lot of great development that we will see in the next few months and years as well. Good. Any questions until here? Just quickly checking in. Okay. So, talking about prioritization or something which goes in the same direction as prioritization, I want to look with you into impact mapping. Impact mapping is another approach from the agile world, which is quite powerful because we're working ourselves backward. Now, what does it mean? First, we think of our business goal, of our main business goal that we want to achieve. And mind you, in the product vision board, we have some business goals as already mentioned. And then we ask ourselves, okay, with all the different actors or personas or like target groups, who of our defined target group can help us come to our goal the fastest? And then we would consider and do a logical order. And then we would pick up the one which has the highest potential to get us to our goal the fastest. And then we would look into this actor. So, okay, how could this actor create the biggest impact to lead us to our goal the fastest as possible. So what's the possible impacts? What could we do with this actor? What could this actor do for us? What kind of behavior or outcome do we want to see from this actor? That helps us the fastest to get to our goal. And once we have also defined this impact, we basically we consider the next step. We prioritize the list of for potential to get to our goal, and then we just pick the first priority, and then we look into the next step of this level. So if we identified the impact that has the highest potential to achieve our goal through the actor that we picked before, then we think about, okay, how can we encourage this impact? So what sort of feature, what product aspect, what part of our product could help us create this impact the fastest? So backward thinking. We start with the end in mind, which is the goal that we want to achieve, and then we map out the path to there. And by that technique, we can identify the area of functionality of our product, which we should focus on first. And I brought an example to you here as well. And the great thing is this impact mapping exercise, again, is a rather simple approach, but it helps you achieve a lot of clarity and focus in the team, because you directly understand which are the activities that have the most impact that brings us to our common goals, assuming that we have the same business goals, of course. It also helps us reduce waste, to focus on areas which don't have the biggest impact, for example. And it also helps the communication between all involved stakeholders, also that down to throughout all the different roles in our project, that everyone's aligned, kind of, okay, we have to focus on this to achieve that. And what we can see here in this example is, say we have a goal, we want to increase our revenue by 10% over the next 30 days. This is a goal which is smart in the sense it's specific, it's measurable, it's realistic. Well, we'll see. It's achievable, and it's time bound. So very specific, we want to increase our revenue by 10% and in the next 30 days, which might be quite, say, challenging. Let's see. So this is our primary goal. Then we have in our project, or for our product, we have identified specific actors or personas, i.e. representatives of different markets. And then we list them, and we will prioritize and put the one with the highest priority or the highest potential we will put on the top. So we might have here a list of 5, 7, 8 different personas. And the ones that we identified is the one with the highest potential and that's often the case, existing customers. It's not prospect customers. It's not achieve more get new leads, get new customers. It's with our existing customers. Then we focus on this existing customer and we consider, okay, what sort of behavior from them do we want to encourage to get us to this goal fastest? We might have several different impacts. We sort them again by highest priority. And in this example, we realized, okay, if they refer more friends, actually that could be even more powerful than getting them to buy more from us. It could be either they buy bigger tickets or they buy more and smaller tickets. But no, actually, if they refer their friends to us, that's in this example considered the most powerful impact. Good. So we have the line here, the shortest path we can see already to get to this 10% over the next 30 days through existing customers. And if they refer more of their friends to us, now the question is, what's the deliverable? What's the feature in our product that can help us drive this impact and increase this impact? It could be like a referral bounty, it could be a raffle, it could be any sort of things. But we realized, hey, actually the discount code for their friends and potentially a twofold discount code where they get the new friends or the new potential customers get a discount and the existing customers also get a discount. So it's a win-win situation. Could encourage them the most. That means any feature around a discount code is considered the highest impact to achieve our goal. So this is our first priority. And this could be a bigger chunk of work. Yeah, this is not maybe just a user story that is achieved within a sprint. This could be a bigger chunk, but at least this way we map the impact and we know what are the items, what are the blocks, the building blocks, the work items that we want to focus first to achieve our goal. Right. Any questions on there?
I have some comment, yeah, actually. So if you look at this impact mapping, it looks like product vision board, but slightly columns replaced.
Yeah.
Because we have persona, we have impact, maybe our it's difference, because there we define need.
Yeah.
The deliverable will be the product and goal will be business goal.
Yep. Yeah,
So
that's correct.
yeah.
Yeah, it's closely aligned. And yeah, so we have the personas already. The impact is something that we still have to derive. In the meantime, we also created some more requirements around our product, but it definitely helps us to get into the same direction. So in a way, like in a very general way, it's like a prioritized product vision board. Yeah, but it's a little bit more. Okay. Now this is a powerful exercise, and again, we can also do this with the help of AI. And what we have prepared here is the AI again is a role in RE, is an expert in RE and BA, which we could omit for now. It's familiar with Roman Pichler's product vision board. We could also leave out because it knows that already. We told it before, but it should also be familiar, with impact mapping. And I want you to create an impact map for my project, list the actors. And now I describe, I use impact mapping and it should already know what is it about, but I really want to make sure that it iterates through every step. So it does this as I described. That's why I tell it, list the actors, identify the one with the most potential, then list the impacts, behaviors for the most potential actor. From impacts, identify the most potential one. For that, give me the top 3 most potential deliverables. Think step by step. And again, it should use all the above information that we have created beforehand. And this is what we're gonna do. Let's see how it looks here. I copy that in, I paste that in. And connecting food providers and individuals. I said students and urban households. I've provided everything, defined the goal. Now the question is really what is the most important goal first? And then it describes identify the actors, most potential actor, identify the impact, impact with the most potential, identify deliverables, and so on. And then I have a final impact map snapshots. This is just a suggestion, but we first need to discuss the goals, or maybe to make sure that this is the highest goal. So this is something I will be working on in parallel. You guys can also pick your prompts and try it yourself. I put the timer once again, and we'll see how far we get. And what I want to do is don't want a world where no edible food is wasted. Obviously, I want that, but that is not specific and not really measurable. My goal is different. I want to reduce food waste in Switzerland by 30% within this year 2025. So I can really measure it, and then I can also say I've achieved it or I haven't achieved it. Because if I say, okay, I want to have a world without the waste of any editable food, possibly anytime someone can come around the corner and say, hey, but here's some wasted food, and that's not the point. So let's be more specific. So it's updated the goal. Now it's listing all the relevant stakeholders. It does a new brainstorming, and it finds the food businesses as still the most important actor. They control a large share of daily food surplus. Yes. What behavior from food businesses list additional foods daily on the platform, offer large volumes in single listings, like make it efficient for them so they can list it, without any big effort, coordinate the pickups, etc. So all these are the impacts. We want them to list their surplus food daily on the platform, not just every month whenever they feel, but they should really get into the habit of doing this. Now, what are our top 3 deliverables to drive this behavior? Deliverable number 1, a one-click smart listing flow. So it's very efficient for them. Business dashboard with impact metrics, like encourage them by showing them some statistics, how well they have done. Maybe give them some bonus points or give them something else. Usually, this sort of gamification might work better in B2C than in B2B, but this could also something. And automated listing reminder system, so at least they get also some smart reminders. Hey, have you done it or have you not done it yet? It even gives me a text version of the updated impact map. Now it tells me, okay, we can expand it or we can visualize that. Yes, these visualize it here by generating an image. Let's see what it comes up with.
It's interesting. It seems that for me it has skipped the goal.
Yep. You can still tell it you want to change, and then start over again in the process. Does that answer your question or your point, Elena?
Yeah. It's just that I was, trying to highlight this to you.
Yeah. No, absolutely, yeah, and
you get prettier graphs.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, this is also something that what we tried to mention before. Don't just take whatever is there, whatever gets generated for granted. Challenge it, update it, and put all of your own thoughts and feedback in. What I find quite funny is how we refer to when it gets things wrong about hallucination. I haven't seen human beings that apologize to each other saying, "Oh, sorry, yes, for yesterday I hallucinated a little bit." It's rather a different approach or a different word that we use there. Wow. Oh. This looks great. Yes, very good. Cool. So I think also time-wise, we should be, we'd be pretty much in line. Here again, we have also created a result like this. We decided to use a mind map. We haven't drawn it ourselves. We just, I think we use the Miro functionality on Miro here. This, where you can also let a mind map let it draw a mind map. You could also use something like Mermaid as a syntax to create beautiful mind maps. And, there's all sort of different ways how you can change the format and improve the visualization. Good. Yeah, so I think we're pretty well in time. It's shortly after 12. I would suggest we take another small bio break. And then come back after 10 minutes at 12:15. We will look into the final two steps. We quickly touch upon story mapping, and then we will look into mockups and prototypes before we conclude and also do some presentation. So no one is forced to show their results, but already make up your mind. Maybe you would like to demonstrate what you have created in all the process already now. Maybe in the break you can think if you want to jump up and do this. Okay, I will set a timer for 10 minutes for another break, and I'll see you very soon. So, welcome back, everyone. Maybe give me a little sign when you can hear me, when you're there.
I'm here.
Hey, Matthias. Yeah, so excited to see you.
Again.
Again. Not many reactions so far. I'll wait a couple of more seconds just to make sure that people are... Yeah, okay, Stefan is here. Okay, good. We're almost done. I want to quickly touch upon story mapping. So what I think we mentioned before, user stories should be small enough, concise, that they can be implemented within one sprint. And actually, it doesn't really matter if it's user stories per se or whether it's requirements in general. It's good to have smaller chunks so we can implement something and we can get feedback on it, and we can do that in smaller steps. It's easier, plannable, and we see better progress. Now, story mapping is one of those exercises where we think about something which maybe comes in from a stakeholder as a user story, yeah, without any consideration of size. Just as a user, I want to do something, but it actually turns out this is half a year work for one person. Now we want to map that out somehow, and especially if it's a process with various steps, then we can use something like a story map where we put different steps in this process. And for each steps, also then different options, different alternatives, where we then see and map out everything into smaller pieces. And what's often being done also from there is that you can do some sort of release planning or sprint planning by, putting certain user stories a higher priority. What are we going to implement in which sprint? An exercise that we like to do a lot, especially with more business-related stakeholders, but also in general, to encourage that thinking, is imagine your morning, this morning, when you got up until you left the office, or you're leaving the office, say. What are all the steps that you have done? Where did you wake up? Some wake up in the bedroom, others wake up in the garden or in the kitchen. Then you might go to the bathroom. Maybe you brush your teeth, you go to the kitchen, you do a coffee, you read the newspaper, you go to the garden to feed the dog, etc., etc. And this is the sort of steps in the different rooms. And then also in the kitchen, you make a coffee, you read newspaper, etc., etc. And you map out this process until you leave the house heading to the office. Now, as a second round of exercise, imagine you did not hear the alarm and you're short in time. So you overslept, you didn't hear the alarm. No negotiation and discussion about how much time is left, because that's very individual. Some people only take 10 minutes, others take 2 hours, and there's everything in between. Let's say you only have 1/3 of the time. Your goal is still the same. You have to get out of the house to go to the office in time. At the same time, home office is not an option. And suddenly, then you prioritize, or you leave out the things that are not ultimately required. Maybe drinking a coffee, I can do that in the office. Reading newspaper, I can do that. I don't need to do that.
Well,
Things like that. Sorry, say it again.
in the office as well.
Yeah. Well, okay, that's individual, but yeah, possible. That's true. So, and with this sort of thinking process, we get what we call an MVP, a minimum viable product. And that's not like often I had these discussions with stakeholders saying, yeah, well, that's all our requirements. That's the MVP. No, that's not an MVP. That's all your requirements. Yeah, but because we need them, this is our MVP. No, it's not an MVP. And with these sort of simple exercises, you get people into this different mindset. They understand actually what it means and how this is done. And you do it, or we do it often with a simple exercise that everyone can relate to, which is not necessarily tied to any sort of IT applications. Good. That's the thinking behind story mapping. And usually this is also done as an exercise in a group. And also here we can use or encourage the AI to support us. We have prepared a prompt for that as well. I'm not going to read out everything. Okay, it's familiar with the story map. We want to focus only on the user activities, high-level goals, tasks, and stories. And it should use all the information from above. But I actually want to make it more precise already. It should use the information from above, but I will only want to do it. Oh, just realized something that I copied is not correct. Bear with me for a second. Create story map. Okay. Yes. Okay. Use all the information. I want you to create a story map for US01. So only for this user story 01, which in my case was, I'll read it out here. As a food business, I want to publish surplus food offers with relevant details so that nearby students can discover and collect it before it is wasted. Simple thing, but possibly when it comes to implementation, it takes a lot more effort than just like, okay, I want to do this as a food business owner, but we want to map out all these individual steps. So now I'm just priming the AI to use a story map and only do it for the user story 01 to split this into smaller chunks. And I want you to assign again individual unique identifiers to the smaller chunks you have created. Just some additional information. So now I should get something like US01 and then U1.1 and 2 and 3, etc. So user activities, user tasks, user stories, create a story map for US1. And now it pulls back the individual steps. User activity 1, log in and access listing features. User activity 2, create a new food listing. Track and manage listings. See impact and feedback. And each of those user activities even get different, like smaller chunks and tasks already suggested. Here I get a summary of all my new user stories with these IDs. As I said, I wanted to have individual IDs. And now I could even, refine them. I can create additional acceptance criteria, and it can do similar steps as we have done before as well. And I will again quickly set a timer so you can also try it yourself before we jump over. And I think I'll just make it really quick because we're almost running out of time. And I want to make sure that with the prototype and things that Matthias has prepared that we also have some time there. So I want it, now it asks me, do I want a user story mapping for the next user story, or I want to have a visual story map? Actually, I have got no clue how this would look like. So yes, create a visual story map image for me. Make it in make it in the style of pirates, like in Pirates of the Caribbean. Make it in the style of treasury map for pirates, like in the style of Pirates of the Caribbean. Just being a bit creative, making a little bit of fun, adding it to it. And if you're in doubt what sort of styles it can do, just ask it for which styles can you do. It'll come up with some suggestions. You can say you want something realistic, photorealistic, or you want to have comic or whatever. And it will also give you some ideas how you could describe that. Let's see what it comes out with. I'm not sure. Because up until recently, especially DALL-E, the image model from OpenAI, which is integrated into ChatGPT, was not that great in creating precise diagrams. It's still not so good in creating diagrams, but still it has improved a lot with the different text, with text in an image. Now we can see here we have a story map for US 01. Log in. Okay, there's still some typos, but I think it's already done not that bad. I can take this. Create new food listing, track and manage listings, see impact and feedback, see ratings, view total save. Yeah, okay, it's not 100% consistent. It should actually, you know, assign unique identifiers to each and every of those. So I'm not perfectly happy with it, but already it's kind of something nice. And obviously I could twist and tweak the contents before and even get the whole structure as a downloadable format, adjust it myself, upload it again, let then an image that be created, for example. All right. I think hopefully you got the gist out of it. What we wanted to present and demonstrate. I'll quickly check and go through.
Sorry, my chat has a problem.
Okay, what?
It always responds, Code Interpreter Sitzung ist abgelaufen. I get text responses.
Yeah.
But since 1 hour, every downloadable file results in this message. Code Interpreter Sitzung abgelaufen.
Yes, the downloading feature with these files in ChatGPT is, let's say, a little bit weak feature of ChatGPT. They do not focus to improve that.
Yeah.
And in combination that we have open, I don't know, 15 sessions with the same ChatGPT account, could be a little bit confused on top. So
yeah, it doesn't generate images that I can screenshot. It always generates downloads, PNGs, PDFs.
Ah, okay.
Such things.
Maybe prompt again and ask it to generate an image and not to provide any downloadable file. Maybe this helps.
I'll try.
Yeah, that's something that you can try. But yeah, it can also be that because we are using this account heavily more than intended. It's usually for one person, and we have 15 people jumping on it. Yeah, this can happen as well. Okay.
So 2 hours ago, I got a message from ChatGPT with this shared account that there are some suspicious logins happening, and we have to reset the password to get back the full features. But at the moment, nearly everything works. So let's see. So may I share?
Yes.
Time is running.
Nice background image.
Yes, just created it. I thought maybe I was Stefan really has a nice background image, so I thought maybe okay, we need something else, something similar. So now it's mockup time. In best case, now we have created a lot of information. So regarding the short time for your idea, app, or vision, what depends what you have chosen. And now so why we need mockups for sure. So we build mockups or we draw mockups or whatever regarding design thinking. Yeah, you can start to draw your first idea of your app or your product on a piece of paper and ask people in the city what they like on it or not. And so we can collect feedback. We can give it to users or people, and they can try and click through it in the best case and give us feedback, so we can learn really fast what they like and what they do not like and what we have to or should adapt. Yeah? And so we now learn how to produce such mock-ups in a pretty fast way, and I will show you 2 or 3 ways, and you can try one of these as well, or some all ways later. And how we do it, we will ask in our whole chat to provide us a really detailed prompt and description of all our data, of our personas, of our product vision, user stories, requirements, tests, etc. And maybe we can add, if we want to, or if we already have an idea how it looks like, we can add some style guides or color ideas, etc. And then we really ask with a really detailed prompt the AI, and I won't read it here loud, but to take all this information from our chat and produce us a detailed prompt for an AI which generates us a mock-up. So we really set the role and the perspective here a little bit different, and really ask for a detailed prompt to get a precise and good-looking mock-up for our vision. And so I will take this prompt and will look for my give me a second where I have my prioritization. No, this was the blah. So here I have a chat from the workshop before, and now I will put in this large prompt and ask the AI to give me a really detailed prompt for an mockup AI. And during this prompt is generated here in the background, we will go a step further. This is an example prompt, you can ignore it, but for the first way we try to build our mockup is AIxRE.io. And during I show you how this works here with my prompt, which is generated in the background, you can log into your AIxRE during my demo here, because you have to create an account. So it's for free. You don't have to insert coins, or you don't need to give your credit card details, etc. It's just a free account. You can use one of your Google or social logins to create an account pretty fast if you want. If not, you can use your email address as well. And I've shared here a small guide how to create an account and how to use our prompts to generate this mockup, but I will show you here as well. So let's see where my prompt is. Here I got a pretty detailed prompt about my idea, about all my information and data which I produced today. And then I go to UI search, and we go after you have logged into new project, start from scratch. I will produce a mobile, so you will get asked if it's a desktop, tablet, or mobile mock-up, and I will start here. Now we have a blank canvas, nothing in it, and then you go here to this. Maybe I make it. No, I cannot make it larger a little bit. No, sorry. Do you see here this magic input field here at the bottom here? You can click on it, and then it starts a chat comparable to ChatGPT. And there you can choose between what you want to do. And we want to generate screens of our application. Then we are asked how we want to provide the information, which kind of screens or what kind of app we want to generate here. And at the moment, we don't have screenshots of our wireframe. We only have a description. So we choose description, then we choose mobile again, and then we can put in our information. There I just copy paste all the prompt which I've generated in the background, and some comments from ChatGPT I delete. So the headline and the footer, we don't need it. And then we just hit the magic button then we can decide between if we want to have a high precision or a creative exploration or interpretation of our prompt. I go for the creative way at the moment, and cool, I have reached my AI limit, but this is okay. I have provided the other demo in the background in another project. So normally now we have to wait 10 until 30 seconds, and then we get some screens depending on our description. And this could look like something like this. Let me give, so we get 4 or 3 or 5 or 10 screens, depends on your description. And what I have done by hand is to connect these 4 screens with interactions. So this is pretty easy. You just have to select one of the elements or the button or this element here and click on this small, I don't know, what is it, small lightning button, and select another element on the screen, and then you have connected these screens with an interaction. Once again, here, click and move it to this screen, or we can, move it to this screen. And then we have already some interactions here, and we can send this mockup as a preview to our test users. So if I click on preview, I have my application, and if I click anywhere, this mockup shows me where I can click or where not. And so I can click here, and then again, nothing to see. I go beyond and looking for, as the last screen, I go back and I click here, and here I get again the options where I can click or the user can click. And so we can test our ready to click mockup with our test users. We can collect feedback, so we can share it and collect feedback directly here in the application. And for sure, if we insert some coins and pay the subscription, we have even more possibilities to build our mockup, to edit it, so we can reprompt as well. So if we have done this first draft, we can open this chat here again and tell it what we want to change or what we want to add, modify. So we can select something and prompt and change this selected element, or we can add screens or generate images, whatever. And if we want to do it in another way, so I'm not only allowed to have 2 projects, I will delete this one. We can do it in another way as well. So we can, oh no, sorry, not blank. That was wrong, sorry about that. So we can use the AI with way shorter prompts here to build a mockup as well. Some problems with my zoomed in templates. So we can start from AI as well, create, and here we select again what kind of application we want to have. And here we only have the possibility to add 300 characters. So it's pretty narrow context and description window. But anyway, we can start to get a quick mockup as well. And here we have the opportunity as well to generate a style. So we can just enter an URL and then this mockup, the AI is scraping the style guide and the colors of our website. I really have to practice to type if somebody's watching me. And then this mockup AI is scraping the website style guide and is using these colors for our mockup as well. Here, generate my project, and then and now we use a really short prompt to generate a creative mockup. The other way I showed before is way much more closer to our which we generated today, but I wanted to show you this way as well, depending if it's working now because of I'm empty of AI credits here, I guess. So you see now here we get some mockups already in the colors of our website. This Office Works blue, and this mockup here will be connected with interactions automatically, and we can edit them or we can just use them. But we'll see after it's finished how our mockup preview will looks like. So now it's your turn. You can log into AIxRE with your social account or your email password, and please generate this master prompt inside your chat, and then try your luck with AIxRE. If you have questions, go ahead and ask us. And in the meanwhile, I will prepare another demonstration with this prompt I just used in AIxRE with another AI tool I show you after you have done your steps in this mockup AI. Do you have questions?
There was one question in the chat from Annika about whether or not Figma is supporting this sort of building of mockups as well.
Yeah.
It's part of Figma Make. This is a new feature where you can prompt your mockups. However, it's currently just being rolled out. So it's not available everywhere, but principle is the same. It's anyway, you know, the prompts that we've shown you today, the approaches, I think they remain pretty much the same. You'll see this in more and more tools as well. Figma might also apply a usage limit, which is normal in these sort of tools, that at some point, even on a paid subscription, you end up with your credits, or you're done with your credits, better to say, and you'll have to buy more credits.
But you really can use this prompt in Figma as well, in the free version as well. I have created these mockups for an AI shopping assistant only with prompts. And you can use this here in here with this magic button again. Here you can just click on it, and then you can choose one of these options, remove background first draft. So first draft is the option you need here. I'm sorry, I cannot zoom in. It's a little bit difficult here. But here we have a prompting chat window as well, where we can throw in our prompt as well. I will try it with the same prompt, and we will see how Figma will interpret this prompt for us. We'll come back, yeah, if it's done, but yeah, it's nearly done. It's pretty fast here as well. And here we see all the elements, and the Figma is pretty cool as well if we want to export these Figma files to our designing desktop applications, or if we want to give these Figma designs to our developers, because the gap between what we have done today between this and the developing of the application is pretty small. So the new developing regarding AI and developing is that we only need a Figma export file, and then we give this Figma design to a developer environment, and this environment is powered with AI as well, and will build us this application with every pixel which is defined here exactly, and will add functionality as well. So this is the product cycle from our idea to a working application is super short. So we will develop in the next 15 minutes a working application as well with this prompt, with an AI developing environment which is working online, and there are many of them at the moment which are trying to be at first place in this space, in this area. But there are desktop applications, environments for developers as well, which are even more powerful and which can build applications, working applications, pretty fast. So at the end, I guess in 2 years or 1 year, you really only need an idea, and you can build your own application and run it and deploy it and operate it with the help of the AI. So where's my mockup? Here, this is the mockup of this AI generated with the help of this small prompt with only 300 chars. If we have a look on the interactions, we see some interactions already implemented in this mockup. There are a lot of buttons and screens and flows, and we can try this for sure as well. But it's the free version here, so we don't have completely access to all the screens. Don't know where to. And here we see this is there's a layer. It's blurred out because it's the free version, but we can still use the mockup and click through the application. But yeah, if we want to have the full access here, please insert coins. No, it's always the same. So now we have tried Figma to create one screen. Then we have to reprompt again and ask for another screen, or in this case, maybe we need to separate the prompts and generate with every screen with a single prompt, because it seems that Figma cannot build us several prompts with only several screens, sorry, with only one prompt. Does anybody has problems to make an AIxRE account, to log in, to find the way where to put our master prompt? So I don't see you at the moment because I'm sharing. So
yeah,
if I don't hear anything, I go ahead. So what I've mentioned in the last 5 minutes is the developing of software with the help of AI, or with this new trend word vibe coding. Vibe coding is kind of you use one prompt and hit the enter button, and then you hope the application will run. But this is at the end, this is not vibe coding, this is YOLO coding. So one prompt and everything should be okay. This is not working out, but you can really build applications with only prompting, but then you need proper prompting techniques, and you need borders and more practice to get a proper result. Have I heard any questions? Okay, now we will use this developing AI. It's an online IDE developing environment, and we'll give it the same prompt, and we'll see what this AI will build us. This AI won't build us a mockup. So it's not a mockup with screens which are only connected with fake buttons or fake links. This AI will really build an application which can be deployed, or which can be shared, because it's kind of deployed in their environment, but we can share it as well, and everybody can use or click it. But let's see what we will get here. And if it's starting, I don't know what's happening here at the moment. Nothing.
okay. One you figuring that out and it's running, I'm just a little bit mindful of time. Do we want to quickly go and do a quick round if someone wants to walk us through what you have created so far? Maybe Stefan, if you want to moderate that. Otherwise, I'm also fine to jump in.
Oh, it's starting. Yes, I can stop sharing, or if somebody of you wants to share the results, if you already have some, go ahead. I can share this later. I can. If somebody wants to learn more about how to code or with AI, just drop me a message on LinkedIn or via email. So we really educate at the moment more than 30 developers how to integrate AI in their working life, and it's pretty amazing what they reach until 2 months of training. And yeah, this is pretty amazing what this kind of job will change and have already changed and will change in the next months.
Can you share some tips on how to stay on the forefront? Which tools to use? I know ChatGPT, I use Gemini. I didn't use, but I know from Perplexity, Claude, all the things. It seems they are spread it all over the internet. And
yeah, it's pretty.
Is there a dictionary where the actual tools? Because in 2 months there could be some other tools on the top.
There are a lot of people.
I'm a bit overwhelmed.
Which generate or provide their own view and their own dictionary, when to use, and it's really difficult if you are not an heavy user yet. And it depends what you do and what you like to reach. So we use we mainly used Claude for text content and coding, programming. We use ChatGPT for I'm using ChatGPT for normal tasks, daily tasks, whatever, and then I use, if I do a deep research about the topic, which needs a little bit more time for the AI to get the information together, I use, most of the time I use Perplexity. So it's a combination of search engine like Google and ChatGPT in the background, or other AI in the background. You can choose if you pay. If you use the free version of Perplexity, then they choose it for you. But this is pretty powerful for quick or deep research. Sometimes I use deep research for ChatGPT or Grok as well, because depends on the topic. So this is so the most of the AI I use. For image generation, I use ChatGPT or Ideogram. Ideogram is very much better in writing correctly without any typos. That's pretty amazing what they can do with typing and creating images with text on it. And yeah, for coding or implementation, it's maybe the wrong target group here, but there I mainly use Windsurf, and in combination with different models in the background, or with a local model as well. So Because if you have privacy concerns or sensitive data, you should use a local environment. Yeah.
Sorry to jump in. I've been chatting with Michael in the background, and we want to switch to the Q&A session because we are pretty close to the end of the webinar, and I can already see a few questions in the chat. So there is a question whether you could recommend tools that can help writing prompts for ChatGPT or Gemini. Are there tools which support writing prompts?
Yes, so I use Perplexity most of the time for this.
Okay.
Provide a little bit context, and then Perplexity goes or deep research as well. Yeah, so then the AI ChatGPT or Perplexity starts navigating through I don't know, the top 20 or top 50 web pages online and collecting information to build your proper prompt. Yeah, this is one way which I do most of the time, and there are meta prompt services as well, which promote this meta prompting as well, but it's not necessary from my point of perspective. Just use.
Okay, then we have Sebastian. Sebastian, you raised your hand. Please pose your question.
Yes. So first of all, thanks for the training and the presentation. My question is, do you have any experience on how well the AI performs on requirements engineering in real projects? So the background is, so this works really well for this nice little use cases. But my doubt is that that it really excels if it goes to the details in requirements engineering. And I'm afraid that people spend more time in fixing the errors of the AA than they would spend on doing the engineering by themselves. Do you have any experience on that? Or is the question understood?
Yeah, I think so.
It's well understood, and it's a subject of discussion all over the place.
Yeah, I can guess.
Yes, well, yes, we do. We exchanged, for example, last week on a conference also, and what I mentioned before, consistency checks and things like that, like try to see where requirements contradict to each other or where they're in violation with a specific constraint or regulation, also works with 1,000 requirements. Only just by dropping it into ChatGPT, it's still a bit debatable. You know, it will discover something, but you can even make this better by formalizing your requirement or structuring all requirements first. Basically, do some pre-processing and then do the analysis. But you can already see where the journey goes, where even the pre-processing most likely will not be required anymore within a year or so. There is more and more tools also on the market which come with AI features, but that I haven't personally tried a tool where this works like, and I think you referred to like a bigger project with a lot of requirements. For example, in Jira, as this is very commonly used in the non-regulated environments at least, you have AI features like rewrite my ticket, create some acceptance criteria, these sort of things are there. But what's missing right now is when I create a new ticket that it already tells me, hey, hold on a sec, this could be a potential duplicate of something that is already there. So Atlassian can't do that, right? At least for now. They can answer questions for your Confluence, for your Jira. And that can be many, many pages, but they still say it works better on content that does not change so frequently, whatever that means. Is it one change per day or one change per minute? Yeah, so that's that. It's possible in more complicated environment, yes, but also we will see a lot of improvements there over the next couple of months.
Okay, thank you.
Julian, please.
Yes, thank you. I also see the risk that we create much stories helpful by those AIs, and then have a bunch of hundreds or thousands of requirements, like we have in real world projects, maybe some more, but getting the other people in the conversation to look at those stories and to be also thinking of them. I think it's a risk when you do too much interaction with LLM and too less interaction with the developers and maybe with the real users, because we have great feedback in a good language. But what's maybe missing is the real feedback by developers, by whatever subject matter experts, etc. And if you have too much input, which created by yourself, they don't feel that they are part of the project, and that these are their user stories.
Yeah. No, very good point. I like your point, and it makes total sense. You know, in this exercise right now, everyone has done, you know, we worked on our own project here in this workshop, then obviously this collides with, you know, with the team and with actual users and developers and other stakeholders. So normally you would do this as a group, and you wouldn't do that just in the morning, like everything on your own. You have different steps. Maybe you could even you know, you could do this in a brainstorming session. You sit together, or you sit together with your users, and you have already prepared something, and you can do this together with them. And you stressed a very important point that we have to look at the results and not just blindly take them and, you know, shovel everything into developers. I think there's a lot of, you know, and this is also, I think, a sweet spot for us human beings, where we can add value and where we, while checking this and while orchestrating that with other people, are not being replaced by AI. But they can help quite a lot to, instead of sitting in front of an empty paper, an empty page, and trying to make everything up, you have very good enrichment already with context. So.
And by the way, you know, this was an example where Michael and Matthias went through and pushed it through to get you to the prototype at the very end. Yeah. But imagine in a real project, take the medical example we have, where you have got a regulator. You need to have traceability. Requirements are linked to each other. There need to be test cases, and all these things need to be implemented. And you should not lose overview. If you get a big product, then you will have plenty of requirements, and you will lose overview if you do it just in the Marrow board like we did. Something which I want to address as well is, you know, if you are relying on the AI doing something, you need to be aware that the providers of the AI, they change the thing all the time. So if you run it today and tomorrow and the day after, the results might be different because something has been changed in the AI. So I have read an article recently where if you attach regression tests to the code, which is generated, then you might be able to identify changes in the code which have not been intentionally because of something has been changed in the AI, or simply the AI simply provides a different output because of hallucination or whatever, the heat factor or whatever. So there are plenty of these aspects you need to be aware of.
Yeah, exactly. And we are talking about generative AI. Huh? It's the AI doesn't need to be changed, but the generative AI is producing new content every time. So we can ask for our user stories with the same prompt we did before, and we got different user stories and different content, and we got this every time. Yeah, because it's this, but it's beware, it's the same like if you ask me to tell you the user story, every time you ask me, I will tell you this same user story a little bit different.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
exactly.
But we have to be aware of this, and with these increasing hallucinations we just have here in the last 2 weeks, it's really difficult to manage this, but you have to think about where we are now and where we have been 3 years ago and where we will be in 2 years. So this is this will be crazy, and then the AI will really find every difference or every inconsistency in every requirement, and this will work with millions of requirements as well. This is no matter and no question about how large a project is or how many requirements we will have.
And for the time being, I think that the AI is an assistant to you. So you need to use the AI for all the tasks we did today. Then you need to look at the output and analyze whether it's valuable to you. And but what Matthias said, in future the AI will be much more powerful, and the errors and or unwanted results will become less and less. But for the time being, always be careful. You know, I've just a simple example. I've been asking ChatGPT for an Excel macro, and after an hour I gave up because it was always proposing solutions which did not work, compiler errors, the virus scanner alerting all the time, oh, dangerous things and all that, and as the tool is always trying to serve you, it always told me, yes, Stefan, you are right, there is a problem here, I give you a solution which will work. And then it gave me another
Super
solution which did,
yeah it's not working.
And I iterated 20 times, and then I gave up because it was always saying, yeah, you're right, I will give something better. And then
yes. What sometimes helps, and I use this approach in during coding as well, to ask the AI to give me 3 options or 3 possibilities, and then the theory behind this is that then the AI is forced to think more and deep, and it's not just guessing the first choice which came into its mind. Yeah, and then you get three opportunities, and then you can choose the best from your perspective. Yeah, and that helps quite a lot sometimes.
So Sebastian just confirmed that it was the same problem he had, where the AI was not really helpful. But let me give a different example. We had an online meeting, and you all this online meetings. Many people have been saying something, and in the end, you're sitting there and trying to do the meeting minutes. So what I've been doing, I've let the tool transcribing the whole session, and then I dropped it to the AI and say, okay, give me the meeting minutes, and it gave me the minutes. Of course, I needed to check, and there was 1 or 2 things which says, oh, this was slightly different, but overall, it was a good starting point. And honestly speaking, it was not worse than if I would have recapped the meeting from my mind and tried to write it down. You know what I mean? Even if there are errors in, I would say I would have missed at least the same amount of important things than the AI did. So it was, and for a 1 hour meeting, it was really helpful to get it just, and then looked at it and tweaked it a bit, and fine. Jürgen wanted to comment. Jürgen Koller.
Yes. My concern is I see extreme tendency to over documentation. I'm in a company where project EDV projects are 40 years old and are prepared to the next 40 years. And what we found was generations of people have documented on file servers, and we read the documentation. Some of them are old because of older software versions, and so on. So you're overwhelmed, and so many things are outdated. The code that exists in these projects is always state of the art because we have a running system. If I imagine that those people in the past have an AI that generates lots of text, who the hell will ever read this? I saw this today. I generated mass of text. I didn't correct it, so read over it and looked if everything is perfect. So I generated a lot of maybe bullshit. Don't get me wrong, the models are good, but there could be some errors in it. If I imagine that future AIs will read my outcomes of today are generated from AI and are not correctly, and the years will pass and AI will generate more and more, because it always generates text. It always generates a lot of text, unless you say don't get that wall of text, so come to a point. Yeah, that are my concerns. That the generated text is extremely blurring the reality from since time goes on.
So Jürgen, this is a very critical point, and this is why we as IREP are addressing the topic, because and are supporting webinars like this, because we always come back to the thing that you need to check the result and really see whether it's complete and whether it's not too much and whether it's on the point and all these things. And at this point in time, too many people are playing around with the thing, just trusting whatever comes out, you know. If you now ask Google for something, it gives you an AI generated result. It's not what is really out there in the web. So you should definitely check the web, whether it's really out there, or whether the Google AI just mentioned something which does not even exist. And so this is the critical point at this point in time. I think as what Matthias let's say showcased for the future, it will very likely become better, but at this point in time you need to very carefully check what the AI is giving you as a result, and this is we cannot stress that too much. You need to check, analyze, and validate. Matthias, Michael.
Yeah, absolutely. Never throw your brain away. It's still needed, and we really have to. Yeah, we always put it like that. So you should use the AI like a new colleague or a trainee. Yeah, you would never take the result or the work of a trainee and give it to your boss or to your customer without checking it. Yeah, so check it and then use your corrected and checked version of this result again to work with the AI or something like that. But yeah, never use it. So today we had no other opportunity. Yeah, just produce the AI result and use it for the next step.
We were short on
no
time.
Yeah?
Yep.
And there's a tendency you're not checking it if you're short on time.
Yeah.
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 Alexander.
Yeah, I wanted to add a few words here. First of all, I think it's great when AI integrated in some tools. So now I use a lot Gemini that integrated in Google Workspace. And I should admit, I created my presentation yesterday just with Google, this Gemini that integrated in slides. So you just type the slide you want to create and it creates, yeah. And also it helps a lot with other formulas. So yeah, it's just personal experience. And other thing, yesterday we had the interesting session from Sean Crawford. He's from EPAM, and they working on their AI tools to reimagine SDLC process. So we had this session a year before and yesterday, and they say that we need sometime in the future we need to change our approach to SDLC as we do it now and to AI to get the most of this. I want to retell all this. You can check the session, but there is a lot of things to think about. So maybe if you have access to recordings, you can watch recording of the yesterday session.
Can you write the name in the chat of this session?
Yeah. I will send link and and so because it's really interesting. It's this totally different approach to SDLC process as we use it now. Not to SDLC, sorry, to AI tools. That's all.
I think
Sorry.
this is a good point that we will see a lot of more integration into our tools, into our operating systems. And then all we have learned regarding context, etc., will be not necessary in the near future, because the whole system, the applications and the operating systems will have this context and will give the context if we give the access to it. And there's a huge context, and the AI knows what we are doing, thinking, and working on. So the OpenAI will release, or already has released a little bit, that every chat you start will be aware of all other chats you have done with OpenAI or ChatGPT. Yeah? And then imagine what kind of huge context this AI will have about your work. And there's no reason to give any role perspective or whatever, because it already knows, okay, today is Thursday, Matthias is at customer A, we will talk about project B, and that will be integrated in more and more into our working life and computers. But sorry, Jürgen, you raised the hand. I did see it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to put it on, but I have another question. When I look at influencers and so on, since 2 months or so, they are having agents, AI agents. Those are autonomic things that prompt themselves and reflect themselves and ask GPT if their output is okay, and so they process on and until they have the result you requested from them.
Yeah.
So autonomic machines, to say. Did you have experience with them, and are there any ideas for requirements engineering for them? So complete autonomic systems, you give them a goal and they
not yet.
work on it.
We are. It's one of my top 3 priorities to spend some time with them, especially because I have the interest. I'm pretty curious from perspective as a developer, but no, lack of time. It's a problem at the moment, and needs some days and weeks to get into that deeper and to get a working agent workflow. And but yeah, we see this reprompting or asking if the output is okay and get back. We see this more and more coming with the reasoning models, and I use these kind of agents all day long if I'm developing software, because it's much easier to check if you have produced a good output, because if the software is running or the test is green, then it's good, and if it's red, the AI has built rubbish. And we really need this whole approach in the requirement engineering as well, but it's not that easy. Let's keep it like that. I will say it like that.
Absolutely, yeah. You need use cases and such things.
Something which just pops into my mind is that what we are doing now is that we are communicating with a machine in natural language. And if you are familiar with requirements engineering, you are aware of the problems with natural language,
Yeah.
So what I wonder is whether we create new problems by going back from formal documentation things, or how to phrase, how to specify requirements, and from formal specification models and so on to natural language, introducing all the ambiguities again, so this is there are plenty of aspects here, and yeah, it's that's why I mentioned the interest group we have. If you look at the discussions there, everybody is bothered by the same problems, or let's say issues, or whatever you name it. How can you trust what the thing is doing there? and something which reminded me as well to the agile hype in the beginning, when agile was starting to become popular, everyone had an example. It was a web shop. Everyone was building web shops. If you imagine building a web shop, and now we are all doing this kind of nice smartphone applications. Of course, there's a lot of really good algorithm in the background sometimes. But if you are thinking of an aircraft landing system, which does automatic landing of an aircraft. Do you really want to have ChatGPT generate and test the code for you? Not sure. And so yeah, that it's very different which kind of application and regulation and all the things that there's plenty of aspects, and I think that one of the big problems we have is that no one knows all these AI capabilities and different AIs, and it's evolving that fast that we have the feeling we cannot catch up with it. At least I have the feeling that I cannot catch up with all the evolving things, how fast it goes, because tomorrow it will be different. It will be more capable and all these things. Yeah. It's really a bit problematic to me. Okay, we are pretty much over the time. I don't know. Anyone having questions, comments to share?
I hope there will be follow-ups, like such trainings on AI, deeply and intensely.
So I think we can do a bit of a marketing session here. So Obvious Works is for sure offering trainings. So if you are looking for trainings, the two guys there are offering something, and IREP is working on let's say on the long term for sure on a certification. But for now, we are as well with Matthias and Michael and others in discussion on what can we provide to the community. Let's say on short term, probably shorter chunks, smaller chunks, which are helping the community.
And we're also thinking about ways like, as you asked, or someone has asked today, how do you get on top of things? How do you know which tool to take? Because in 3 months down the line, it's other tools. It takes quite some time to follow everything, and what we're thinking about, putting this into the community and have regular catch-ups where we can share these sort of information and best practices. So, we don't have to reinvent the wheel all ourselves, but like with joint forces, exchange what's working. Also. Cool.
Okay.
So from my side, if there are no further questions, it was a pleasure to me. I had a lot of fun with you, and I hope we could give you a rough and quick overview how to prototype in a crazy short time with no reading about what we have produced. and yes, if you need more assistance or want to connect with us, I'm happy to connect on LinkedIn. You find our LinkedIn profiles on the Miro board, or I think we can put our email addresses there as well. It would be not a bad idea. And yeah, I wish you have a great second half of the BA day, and maybe we see each other again.
Yeah, thank Michael.
Oh yeah, just also from me, don't want to talk much longer. Thank you very much. It was really a pleasure, and it was exciting, and I love the exchange. And what we're going to do as promised, we'll export all the two Miro boards and the prompts, and we share the PDFs with you, Alex, that you can, distribute that to the participants. That would be great.
Yeah. So thank you very much for doing this workshop. It was interesting for me, to participate. And I hope for all other audience it was really interesting experience and a lot of thoughts and ideas. So thank you very much. Stefan, would you say a few words as well?
Just want to thank Michael and Matthias for the good workshop. I really liked it as well. And of course, Alexander, thanks to European BA Day hosting the workshop. So it was really great. Thank you.
So have a great day, and thank you all.
Thank you all. Have a good day. Good weekend.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.